Okay, good morning, good afternoon, good evening. How the hell are you? Yeah, this is the one, the only Diana Clary and the Lavender Lady, and I'm early. Yes, I am early this time with Coffee with Lavender because we've got a fundraiser going for our very own Purple Rhymes with Orange, and we were supposed to have a relay chat going this morning, and there's going to be somebody broadcasting right about now, and I was going to pick it up at noon, but the feed was kind of quiet. And I said, "Hey, okay, I'll pick this up, and we'll get moving from here, and then I'll just run through my normal time, and everything will be okay." I don't know if anybody out there does not know yet. Our very own Purple Rhymes with Orange and our Slothgurl Slowly are going to be moving to Minnesota in the month of March. And we are getting some money together so they can rent a truck and take care of all the initial expenses and good stuff like that. And we're getting there. I think we need, last I checked, we need maybe about another $700 to go. If you guys are flush with cash. I know it's the end of the month, I know, and that doesn't work out very well, when it comes donating time. But if there's a chance that you are a little bit flush with cash, do you want to throw some over Purple's way? The links to go to are in the description of this little broadcast. There's a there's a PayPal pool and a PayPal Me link going on. Throw some money there, and tens, 20s, 50s, anything you have laying around, one of those deals. And I'm not alone this morning as far as that goes. No, 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 no. We wouldn't have that. I'm not waking up Kate yet because she needs her beauty sleep and everything else like that, and she's. So I'll wake her up, for the show at noon. But in the meantime, we've got a couple people here who might fill in, who might be pretty good. Let me bring everything on here, and then we go. We have the one, the only, the brilliant, the beautiful Jenny Morgan. How are you this morning? Yay! Otopote perana pola kote pistata pol perikititia. That's how I am. Okay. All right. Yes. And we have Jenny from Jen's Little Corner. Hi. Good morning. Well, for you it's good evening, is it not? I mean, you're on the others. Oh, there you go. There you go. Wait a minute. 15 minutes? Oh, I thought that we were 12 hours apart. Okay. Uh, oh, okay, fine. Now I have you. Now I have you. Yeah, okay, I've got you now. Yeah, because here it's 10:47 Eastern Daylight, and then okay, you're at 23:47 whatever time zone you're in, right? Okay, fine. That's a good thing. All right. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. What do we have? The guests have no sound. All right. Let's fix that. Uh. Oh no. Let's not start all over again. Not with we were going through earlier. Let me tell you. Okay. Properties. We're going to go to. Okay, we're going to go up there, and then we're going to go there. And then we're going to go up there, and we're going to go, and then we're going to go over here, and we're going to go up there. Yes. I do that a lot. Yes, I do. Um, okay, is this any better? Is this any better, kids? Um, let me. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Okay, there you go. Okay, hang on. Okay, is this any better now?
Can you hear us? Are we audible? Audible.com.
There was a there was a slider. There was a slider I had to move here, and no, we're not talking about White Castle. Um,
Nope.
this is poo poo. That's what this is. It really, 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 really is. Okay, now it's working. If everything's working, that's a good thing. Yay! 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 Yay!
So now you can hear me. Anybody who hasn't,
now we're all in
at
trouble.
some point after all this long thing, go and check out my vagina on my YouTube channel. Or my vagina video, I mean.
Well, this was going to be PG-13.
I've already done my PG-13 script.
Oh, for the love of Saint Gulick, there we go. All right, and then something else we're going to do this morning. Let me take care of a little something I've got going over here. Now, is this the right one? I don't know. I'm going to have to check this out just to make sure. Yeah, they can hear you. That could be trouble for all of us. I don't know. There. Okay, now let's go over here, and Mom Nato, just stand by. I'll throw you a thing over here. There we go. Yeah, okay. So now we have this. And as I say, I'm a little early. But this is a consequence of this relay chat that we've had going for the fundraiser for Purple Rhymes of the Orange. Okay, I hear something.
Well, it isn't the first time we've been let down by a dick.
Oh!
Oh my, oh my, oh my. Good morning, Tina. How you doing?
Hi, Mom Nato. How are you?
Hello, Auntie and Granny and my Lavender.
Yay!
We're starting early today.
Yes, we are. There
and
was supposed
Tornado is asleep.
I'm not gonna say a word.
asleep.
Not a word. Okay.
He's not too upset about Jay's stream, is he?
We were having a live stream relay.
It honestly wasn't my call. I just suggested it, and Jay had a full group, so yeah.
Suggested what?
Oh, I suggested maybe he might be able to join Jay's thing, but as it turned out, Jay had a full group. Anyway.
Oh, he stays up all night sometimes, and then he'll go to sleep about the time I get up. So yeah.
You haven't seen it anyway.
Well, he woke me up because I have an alarm set specifically for Sunday mornings because I have to take a vitamin D pill because I don't get enough sunlight.
And this is in Florida, by the way.
Solution to that one?
Yes. Well, the problem is my whole house is surrounded by trees.
Now you're saying the pills.
There's not enough sunlight that comes into my house, and when I go outside, I turn into a crispy critter. So I have the redhead habit of burning when I'm outside for more than 20 minutes. And I'm not talking a small burn, I'm talking blistering red burns. So no, I don't go out into the sunlight unless I'm slathered in like SPF 100 sunblock.
Oh gosh, I know that feeling. There was a time a couple of years ago that I went to a day baseball game downtown, and I forgot to do the sunblock thing. I was pretty well covered, except I was wearing a rather short skirt. Okay, and second degree
I've-
burns to the knees.
Yes, I've done that before, and that's the problem. Is I had a really severe burn when I was in my teens, and it has made me sensitive to sun.
Hmm.
I had that problem with the knees once too, but it was from the carpeting.
Well, yeah.
Okay, then.
Well, I
so
got
much
it-
for our PG-13
Well, I
rating.
was-
Yeah.
Uh, I was raised on a farm, so bucking hay bales was something we did every
Oh,
spring.
good morning.
And
Let me
early
throw you
fall.
something. Kate, we started early. We'll fill you in as soon as you get here. Where is my thing? I know my thing is around here. And that
your
could
thing
get,
is somewhere.
yeah,
I
that,
don't want to see your thing.
that could get us all in trouble, let me tell you.
Oh, God,
Yeah,
my.
yeah. You really want? Don't you want to keep this PG-13, Diana?
I don't know.
No, I think that
She
ship
needs-
has sailed already.
She needs to watch the end of Psy Strike movie night from Friday. we
that
all
was
about split apart with about the portal potty joke.
Oh man!
Oh yeah.
that
Well,
whole
I,
thing's
I actually think Jay's stream last night was for you guys was actually worse.
Oh God!
That was that. I don't
Yeah.
know how much of you caught, but yeah.
No, I went to sleep after. Oh God, what time? I went to sleep early last night. I went to sleep at like 11.
I thought we
Yeah.
were pretty well behaved on Jay.
Yeah, Kate, we were going to start. I was going to start
I
at
don't
noon to pick up the relay for. Well, you know about Purple's
Yeah.
fundraiser. There was going to be somebody on now, and I don't know if somebody didn't show up or if we got the signals crossed or whatever
Oh, so
it
this
is.
is a,
And this is an early start just to fill in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Possibly somebody stepped in.
Oh,
Hi,
good
Kate.
morning. Good
Hi,
morning. Good
Kate.
morning,
Hey,
dear.
Kate.
How are you?
Blard.
about
Yeah.
right.
Awake
I-
definitely does not describe me.
I wasn't going to
I'd
wake
like
you
to
up,
point out,
but
Diana. How did you assume that this stream was going to stay PG-13 when you were intending to have Kate on it anyway?
there you go. Yeah, and I'm just giving
Yeah,
everybody crap.
Okay. Lavender, Diana,
Yes,
when
dear.
do we ever stay fucking PG-13?
I don't know.
I don't think
I'm
any
just-
Coffee with Lavender show we have been PG-13, damn it.
Well, it's lasted for a couple of minutes.
Yes, yeah. As
What? A
Oh,
whole
it didn't
2
last
minutes?
at all. I destroyed it right as soon as we got
Oh.
live.
Oh my word! One thing
Well-
that did go. I could say it went right, but no, I guess it went wrong. I have discovered that all the problems I was having on other live streams with the whining sound, that's me. That's my microphone, and why it's doing that, I don't know. I'm
How old
on.
is your headset?
I bought the.
I'm glad you validated that it was your microphone, because when you said that was me, all those whining sounds, they were me.
No, my microphone and my headset I bought less than a year ago.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Well,
and I
maybe it's a
So
problem.
they're still under warranty, Diana.
I don't know if it's under warranty. The thing is that it was working fine until maybe about 2 weeks ago, and
It's a Blue
Well-
Yeti. It should be under warranty.
Yeah, if it's a Blue Yeti, it should be. They usually have a year's warranty, at
Okay,
least.
Actually, I
then.
think Blue Yetis have a 3-year warranty, don't they?
I forget. I know I have the paperwork. I
I'm
never
not
throw
looking it up.
paperwork away.
Yeah, I would look up the paperwork and if just get in contact with them and tell them when you bought the microphone, and that it's causing. There's a whining sound that a number of people have commented on when you're live
Make
streaming.
sure you tell them it's definitely not your neighbor.
Yeah,
Uh-huh.
and they should replace it.
Okay, wait. This seems to be common enough that there's something on Google. Blue Yeti, high-pitched noise. The sound is probably due to electrical interference. If your new computer parts are not yet installed in a case, try putting them in a case and see if that reduces the noise. Well, the computer parts have been in there for a long time. So it may or may not have something to do with electrical interference. So I'm
Because
gonna.
it's happening all the time.
To start off with.
Well, wrap the cable in tin foil. Give it a little shield.
Yeah, that's no. She's serious.
I know.
Yeah.
Remember, like we used to do in the 50s to increase your TV.
Yeah.
And aluminum foil on the antennas.
Well, wouldn't aluminum foil increase the electrical interference?
No, what happened, as long as you can manage to ground the aluminum foil, what you're doing is creating a Faraday cage around the...
Okay.
Are you familiar with a Faraday cage?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, fine. For those of you who are not, Michael Faraday discovered that the electrical charge inside a closed surface, like a sphere, is zero.
Mm-hmm.
And what you do is you create the best you can for this closed surface around your whatever it is you want to protect, and then you ground it. And inside there's
It's been bad, and it's not allowed to watch TV or leave its room or play video games or speak to its friend. It is grounded.
Yeah,
Or
pretty
read a book.
much. Yeah, pretty much. Oh, hi.
See, that was
Basically
my
creating
mom's favorite.
a closed waveguide.
Irene,
I
how
just
you
haven't-
doing?
I still haven't figured out what to do with all the extra Faradays that I've caught.
Okay, then.
Hey, Ring.
Set them free,
again.
darling. Set them free. Oh.
Not
God,
hearing
put me
you
on a
yet. I don't
vacation.
know if it's my... Oh, there you are. I was
Yeah.
going to say, I don't know if it's my problem. Well, I've got a lot of problems, but that's another
you
story
do.
entirely. Oh,
I'm glad
my-
you said it,
No, I don't
Diana.
know.
Hey, I could have told you this a long time ago, man. I specialize
Well,
in having
darn it.
problems.
We now have a male in the room. It's not all ladies today.
It does look that way.
It
But
does.
can we be
Yeah.
sure there may be some really expert makeup involved?
That scruff on his face is pretty evident.
That's why I said there might be expert makeup involved.
Well,
Yes.
that's true. Spirit
Yank
gum
it
is a
really
wonderful
hard.
thing.
Prove it's real. Give it a good yank.
I
know
don't
any
know.
good
I
yanks?
I'm a
I,
good yank.
I have a cousin who could raise a pretty
Yeah, but you'll
good
take
beard.
Do you grow dental floss in Montana?
Then I'd get a cup of coffee and give my foot a push. Just me and the biggie
Going to
pony over by
Montana
the dental
soon.
floss bush. Yeah.
Gonna be a dental floss tycoon.
Oh God! Copyright
That's
strike
waxing,
right
waxing.
there.
And for those who don't know,
You didn't do
that
30
is a,
seconds. You didn't do 30 seconds.
for those who don't know, that was a Frank Zappa tune.
Ah,
I
Okay.
didn't know that.
Zappa was
Oddly
amazing.
enough, I knew that.
Zappa was an amazing character. He really was.
Wasn't he?
That's
Boy,
not,
what
that's
a-
not another person you've met, is it, Diana?
No, unfortunately, I never met Frank Zappa. I wish I could have, but I did not. Yeah, for some strange reason, I seem to have met a lot of people. I don't know how that worked.
Hmm.
You're an early version of Forrest Gump.
Yeah, could be.
Just
I need
without
more
the chocolate,
caffeine.
apparently.
Say again?
remember, laugh
I
is
said
laugh,
just without the
talk is
chocolate,
talk.
apparently.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
No, I can't do the chocolate. I'm still trying to lose weight, man.
I'm gonna get some breakfast. Ooh.
Oh,
I still
man.
say you shouldn't try to lose weight. You should try to get rid of it, because if you lose it, you might find it again.
Yeah,
Later.
Under the bed. Yeah, it
Mhm.
doesn't work too well that way.
No, I have Reese's
in the
Peanut Butter
mattress,
Cup cereal.
Well-
Hold my beer. I had Twinkies cereal.
I know.
What?
God,
Oh
that
my
sounds
gosh,
so
that stuff is
terrible.
terrifying. There is no joke. Twinkies cereal.
Oh my
That's-
God.
Oh wow!
Disgusting.
Oh, it's foul.
Yeah. Oh, and
What
it
she
tastes
said.
like frosting. It totally tastes like frosting.
Ew.
Twinkies are disgusting anyway. Why would they turn it into cereal?
No, Twinkies are
Because-
great.
Turn everything
Oh,
into
no, they're not.
cereal.
They're
I like
disgusting.
And
I
So
do.
that being said, there is a cereal that looks like something I'd like to try. Is the Nilla wafers?
Ooh, vanilla wafers
Oh,
are
I
good.
think I've seen that. I think, kind of.
Yeah,
I haven't seen
Yeah.
the cereal, but I like vanilla wafers.
yeah.
give me
There's a
cornflakes.
Nilla wafer cereal at like Walmart.
I
Huh.
predict
Oh, that's
I predict somebody will
disgusting.
come up with red velvet cereal.
And
I think there is one already.
I started typing in
Oh.
Twinkies, and I hadn't finished typing in the word Twinkies yet. And the first choice on the Google search was Twinkies cereal. And there's a picture, and unfortunately, I'm not doing too well with sharing pictures on this thing.
Yeah.
In the
you're
bowl,
probably-
it looks like macaroni and cheese. For Christ's sake!
I
that's
did
what-
just actually share a picture, so
Oh,
Yeah.
thank
You
you,
know,
dear. Thank you,
should
thank
like
you.
totally be looking at your screen and stuff. I mean, come on, like really. So yeah,
Oh my, oh my.
that's yeah. I
That's
I
disgusting.
made that picture myself there with the street sign because I was morbidly curious, and I succumbed and bought a box. And ugh, oh my gosh,
Oh my,
Did you show that again, Kate?
alias fake name.
Oh, you're gonna have a fish soon, Diana.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I
Catfish.
have some of my invisible fishies, but alias, you said something I had not thought of. Alias fake name lives in a stucco house, and he can't get a phone signal for shit because of the wire mesh.
Oh, sure.
Instant Faraday cage, kids.
Yep.
Yeah.
And the house
Yeah.
is naturally grounded, so you're screwed, dude.
I guess
do
that
that.
cage is only fair for a day, huh?
Something like that, yes.
You could solve that with a wireless booster, though. A 4G or 5G booster.
Well, you kind of have to run a cable out the window and hook it up to an antenna in the backyard,
Well,
right?
no, you get them installed properly. No, they just put an antenna on the side of the house on the outside, and then just run the cable through the wall. And
Well, that's basically what I had going there. Yeah.
Yeah.
You'd have to be on the non-grounded side of the cage. Yeah.
But at least it means you'd have really good phone coverage internal, but they're quite expensive.
Mm. And then of course there's a kitty over there. When I
Like I said, you're about to have a
yeah,
catfish.
when I do, she gets in that damn thing of her own
How?
volition.
No,
Oh yeah.
Oh yes, Sylvia.
but
Fill it up with
how?
water. Fill it up with
Yeah,
water.
put
That
some
will
water in
stop.
there. It'd be hilarious.
Yeah.
Oh, I've seen it
You're
happen.
saying you want her to get her pussy wet?
Yeah,
Oh.
pretty much.
Well,
Yeah.
you know the rule. If
When
it
my
fits, I fit.
when my DC was with me,
Astroglide.
when my DC was with me, I was doing some work on one of my aquaria. There was a time where I actually had 3 aquaria at the same time, and I had one of them partially broken down, and there was water in it and no cover. He, for some reason, decided to get up on the rim and look down at the water inside and kind of slipped. And there was this sploosh, and there was this cat breaking the sound barrier to get as far away from that aquarium as possible.
So was it a case of this was the dawning of the age of aquarium?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, that's the way it worked. No, there's something like, okay, with the damn microphone, I've got to do shit now, but there's other stuff I need to do as well, other hardware and things. Now, once I get that purchased and I get everything in here set up the way I want it, then I'll start thinking about a box of water and some fishies in it, because I've wanted an aquarium set up ever since I moved in here 2 years ago.
Yeah, and fish don't count as pets.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now there
What
were
do
a
you,
couple of.
What are you thinking? Freshwater or saltwater?
Oh, freshwater. Saltwater's too expensive for me.
Yeah.
Mm.
I mean, when you have a
Holy Blue
single,
Goldies.
when a single marine fish at the local pet store costs you,
Yeah.
several $100s.
Mm-hmm.
This is not one of the things that your average poor broad can do, on a
Yeah.
whim.
And they're not easily shoplifted either.
Right. You ever try to put a lionfish in your pocket, man?
Oh, ouch.
Don't do that.
For those who don't know, the spines on a lionfish carry tetrodotoxin. You can get yourself in some serious trouble if you get.
Seriously poisoned, yeah.
Yes, absolutely. You very well could end up dead. So that was the unfortunate thing. I mean, I've had aquaria for years, and even when I was in school, we had a thing going where we were observing the fertilization of sea urchin eggs.
Is that even a big enough aquarium to be a saltwater aquarium?
I wouldn't do a marine in there. That's only 20.
Well, I know. I don't think that's big enough.
No, it's only 29 gallon.
Yeah,
Well,
I was thinking
you could
it
run it
was
salt.
like around 35 or so.
You could run it salt, but for that much effort for a tank that size,
Yeah.
doesn't make sense.
What I've
But
always
you can still
wanted,
do it.
I've wanted a 75 at least, but I cannot, number one, afford the damn thing. Number two, there's only me, and I can't haul the darn thing around by myself. And I can't, I can't afford to hire anybody.
I've got a 55, and it takes 2 people to move it.
And they have to be very careful.
Yeah.
Yeah, a 55-gallon aquarium is about 2 of these.
Yeah.
End to end.
Yeah.
Yep.
So
What are you going to do with those fish when you move to England?
That's a question. I'm probably gonna have to.
Well, yes, it is. That's why I asked it.
Yeah. No, I'm probably gonna have to give them up and like ship the tank empty.
And start over. Oh God.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, why would you try? Why would you try to ship a tank that size? It would be more expensive than a new tank.
Because we've had it. My family has had this tank since since I was born, and it was given to me.
Well, that's only 20 years, right?
Yeah, it's a sentimental value thing.
So are you planning to stay in Great Britain forever?
Yeah.
Are you going to stay in Great Britain forever then?
Yeah, probably.
Oh, well, then maybe it's worth it.
Yeah.
I don't know what Columbia's deal is. She's standing by the AC unit meowing like she wants my attention.
My cats are asleep, and so is my dog. And so is my kid.
Columbia has good taste in humans.
Does she?
Yeah.
And yet she sticks around here just because I won't let her out.
So how close is Purple to meeting his goal?
Last I heard, he was about $700 short.
Well, I mean, not to brag or nothing, but it would have been 800 short if it weren't for my dumb butt.
Oh, God.
Oh, wow. Thank you. Thank you.
I figured, what the hell? I had some cash to burn. Yeah. It's kind of interesting, actually. I was paying off a loan, and my dad was helping me with the loan by putting up the collateral. And when I finished paying off the loan, he was like, "Tell you what, you can have half the collateral." And I was like, "Okay." So I figured I'd toss some of it around because it's not like I earned it.
Some people's parents, man. I don't know.
Yeah, really nice.
Well, I mean, my parents made some really shrewd investments, and they're not very greedy, so they share with me a lot.
The slimy bastards bought my sister a house, but me they disowned, you know? Actually,
but you had the final say because you've outlived them.
Yeah.
well, not really. They still haunt me in my nightmares.
Mm. Yeah, you know, outliving someone isn't necessarily enough. Sometimes you do need the satisfaction of revenge.
I tell you, that I know I shouldn't, but I do wish that I could have. You know, as Michael Palin in Fish Called Wanda, you know, revenge.
Well, I mean, you know, when you hear people say like the best revenge is living well and all this sort of stuff, I'm
Nah.
like, that sounds like something
Uh-uh.
said by someone who thinks they're being stalked for revenge by somebody. You know, it's like, here, let me pledge a certain kind of moral, moderate behavior, moral moderation, because I know that if I don't, I'm going to take it in the neck.
See, revenge is a dish best served with fava beans and a nice Chianti.
Actually, you know what's funny? There was a.
What is that movie quote? That's from
wait,
That's
Hannibal
from,
Lecter.
yeah, but
Silence of the
there was
Lambs.
a cartoon I was watching that had Ricardo Montalban in it, and at one point he said something like, "Revenge is a dish best served with pinto beans and muffins," and then he starts going into half of his speech about like hating Kirk, and he goes, "Wait, no, that's not my character," and goes on with the show. But yeah, so every time someone says revenge is a dish best served with, my brain goes to pinto beans and muffins every time.
Okay, Jenny, no problem at all. Or I should say, not problematic in the least. Yeah, my little line there. And but you know, this is what really pisses me off about people like Michelle Obama, where she's famous for having said, you know, when they go low, we go high. That doesn't work.
When they go low, we get high.
Yeah, because they are all happy that you're playing all by the rules and you're going high and being good and all that because they could be jackasses up one side and down the other and get away with it. God damn it.
Well, I mean, I don't think there's anything too terribly wrong with adopting your enemy's tactics as long as you stick to your own values.
Well, there's the thing, and of course, you know, instant hatred right there. There was a original series Star Trek thing where you had the Enterprise crew fighting the forces of evil, and at the end, the alien creature or whatever said something to the effect of, "I have observed you in the fight, you know, the good against the evil, and I cannot see any difference in the way you behave." And then Kurt did the whole thing. What did you offer them? Well, riches beyond all belief. And what did you offer us? You know, what did you offer me? The lives of your crew. Well then, you know, and then the show ended.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's really all about the motives. And yeah, I know I'm saying that the end justifies the means.
I was about to mention, yeah, because, I mean, there are definitely times where the ends and the means do not meet in terms of one justifying the other, but then there's a lot of times where they definitely do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, one could take what I had said earlier as, you know, rather Nixonian, but, you know, because he did that whole thing with the ends justifying the means, but...
Yeah.
Well, and you know, like sometimes you just got to give someone a taste of their own damn medicine too.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Don't you think, though, Diana, that you kind of get revenge all the time when you get a chance to talk about them being absolute pricks?
Well, okay, here's the darn thing, though. To me, that isn't really revenge because I'm not making them suffer. I mean,
revenge does have to, the person against whom you need the revenge needs to feel the results of your efforts. Otherwise, it's not revenge.
Yes.
But then it makes it impossible to have revenge once somebody dies.
Well, yeah.
Right, exactly. And this is this is what pisses me off. Those two fuckers are dead. There's nothing I can do to them. And believe you me, I've had many thoughts of things I'd like to be able to do to them.
I know that feeling.
I mean, you're talking about just one small example. I was in the store one day with them because I was slave labor. Everybody knows that. We had a couple people come in, hold us with 38 caliber revolvers while they went through the cash register, took all the money and everything. Actually held a gun to my sister's head. We want more money. We want more money. When it was all over, when they had left with their largesse, the female slimy bastard turned to me and said, "Are you sure you didn't hire somebody to come in and do that?"
What?
Oh my
That's
God.
what she said.
That
Why
is
would
fucked
you-
up.
That doesn't make
That
any
is
sense.
really
Why would you hire somebody to hold a gun to your sister's head?
Well, that's
Or even to rob them? I mean,
that's the whole
that's
thing.
ju-
That's not the
I mean-
only time something like that happened, but
I
that's
mean,
just
The most charitable I could possibly be is that she was kidding and didn't realize how bad her humor was. That's the most charitable
No.
I can possibly be.
from her
Oh my
demeanor. No,
God.
she was not kidding. Well, she again.
I
You
mean,
guys know
someone
that
would
I
have-
had the whole brain thing going on and the whole thing when I was 18. So we're going to the university to pick up my stuff because I lost a semester there and everything else. In the vehicle, on the way to, there was a place we stopped. There was a picnic that the math department had or something. She turns to me, and I have the bandage on my head yet, okay? The piece out of my skull still has not yet knit into place. Are you sure you didn't do this for the attention?
What?
Oh.
I mean,
Wow.
I could see someone saying something like that if you had a history of it, but it sounds like she just assumes it constantly, regardless of the facts.
Basically speaking, okay, I mean, that was the thing she asked, are you sure you didn't do that for the attention? And then when I did finally come out and they disowned me and the whole thing, and she's, you're just doing this for the attention. It's like, yeah, like this is attention I want, okay? Really?
Yeah.
Fuck you too.
Oh my
God damn.
God. Wow.
So
I
these
thought
are
I had family issues.
these are the people that were in charge of me when I was too young to be in charge of myself. Well, he actively hated me. By word, by deed, the whole thing. He absolutely hated me
So-
from the moment I could say.
Why did
Why
Why
did they
did they
adopt you if they you?
Yeah, that's what I don't get.
Okay.
Is like I mean, did you somehow earn their hatred? Did they decide to adopt regardless of their hatred? I don't get it. The
Okay.
logical
Yeah, really.
progression doesn't compute.
There's another story that goes along with this that'll make it a little bit clear. There was one holiday thing that they had over at their house because they used to have what the Christians call the Christmas holiday. They had the family thing going on over there. So my wife and I went over, and she took a couple of us aside at one point and told us, it's your duty to have kids.
Oh
And
yeah.
I looked at her. Oh, I didn't say this, but okay. So I was a duty. Anne Marie was a duty. Anne Marie was she's my late sister. So it appears that we were not people. We were means to an end. We were a duty. You had to raise kids, whether you wanted to or not.
I have heard of women who were guilted into having children by pressure from one's family and who ended up taking it out on their kids. I mean, that's definitely a thing.
She may or may not have been pressured into it explicitly, or it simply may have been an expectation because she was out of a second generation family. Her grandparents came over from Poland
Oh no, then she was definitely guilted into it. That is that kind of peer pressure from her family probably just made a lot of resentment.
And given how heavily Catholic Polish culture is.
Go on, go back to sleep.
Oh yeah, heavily Catholic. Well,
What?
I was raised Roman Catholic. I got better.
Yeah.
Sorry,
But,
Tornado was asking a question.
Oh, there we go. Yeah, and
He went back to sleep.
well, her brother and his wife were a one-couple population explosion. I mean, they had 5.
Mhm. Well, and that's the thing. If her brother and sister, other family members had more kids than her, then there was probably more peer pressure added onto her
Well, that's the whole
about
thing.
having
Yeah,
kids.
I mean, Joe and Florence had 5.
Right.
Marge and Ed had 3. Marie and Ed had 3.
Oh yeah, she was. Yeah.
And then she had none because
Right.
she had the plumbing taken out in 1949 because it was broken. I think it was 49. That those two got
There
married
might
in
have-
47.
There might have been also the fact that um mental sense of not being a proper woman if she couldn't have kids, therefore by adopting she was trying to what is the word, I wouldn't say assuage.
I have the concept, but I
That
can't
need?
think of the word either.
Yeah, to satisfy that need. That's a good way to put it.
She basically had a form of dysphoria
Yeah.
because she lost that ability to have her own kids. So she needed to have kids, but then she resented them not being her own.
You know, this is the thing, though,
Right.
is I'm
And that is
happy
actually-
for the kids she did not have, because
Right.
natural kids from those two, oh Lord, they would have gone through
Well,
shit. I mean, considering what
not
Anne Marie and I went
necessarily.
through.
Not necessarily. Because
Well,
if-
you've got a point there.
Yeah.
if they resented the fact that you were not their natural born children and didn't really accept, they may not have even realized the reason they resented you was because you weren't their natural born child. They probably just brushed it off as, we just don't like you. We
I mean,
we picked the wrong kids.
There were
But
a
the
couple of
problem
things.
is
There were a couple of things she did say at one point, you know, quickly in passing, that things, maybe there is some sort of a resentment there with one of her brothers-in-law had said something about, well, I'd never adopt somebody else's problems. You know, one of those things.
and that would have made the resentment worse if she was jealous.
I think one of the things that stood in the way of them regarding me as anything but something to beat on was I had this ability to form opinions. And,
How
well,
dare you?
yeah, I know. Oh, you don't know. With him, there was one point at which there was this discussion. And, well, when I say discussion, it usually involved, you know, like the voice was raised to the volume level of a jet engine, his.
Yeah.
And something, it got under death penalty or something like this. And I happen to say that I was not in favor of government-sponsored executions. I didn't even get to say why I was not in favor. He's, well, who told you to think that? You know, Melody told you to think that, right? You know, from that, I was not able to hold an opinion. Somebody else would feed the opinions into my head, and in his world, that somebody would be him.
Right.
So from the moment I could say no, he actively hated me.
Well, he was probably and this is just a guess, hoping that you would be a perfect little uh branch
Receptacle
off his
Replica.
replica.
or
Yeah, that's the word.
receptacle for his indoctrination.
Right. He wanted you to be a
He wanted a carbon
perfect
copy of
replica
himself,
of
as
a carbon
Kate
copy
said.
of
Yeah,
himself.
yeah.
And what he forgot is that kids are malleable, and but they're tenacious. And if you do something that breaks their worldview of you being a wonderful and fabulous parent, kids dig their heels in and go, fuck and you.
Oh yeah,
Well,
every
And they
yeah.
form their own.
I was
Well,
digging my heels
funny.
in from the moment I could speak, and that was early,
Mhm.
by the way.
Yeah.
I mean, there have been times when I have spotted someone like they're a horrible person. There's all there is to it. They are not a good person, and I have this tendency to spot it before the rest of the people in that
Mhm.
social circle spot it. Like
Right.
there was this one guy, I don't even know his real name. Everyone called him Riff, who I could tell right away I hated him. I don't know how I knew. I just knew this guy is not okay.
Bad
And
vibes.
yeah, and then like 3 years later, he does some horrible deal breakery thing. And everyone's like, "Oh yeah, this has been building for years. I just didn't realize it until he pulled this stunt." And I was like, "Bitch, I knew 3 years ago." You know,
Mhm.
and I actually figured out, like, oh gosh, I wasn't even 5 yet, that there was something not quite right about my mom.
Mhm.
And I've
Okay.
mentioned it before. I've mentioned it before. She does not realize just how self-centered she is.
Mhm.
Like she doesn't do it maliciously or anything, but it's really difficult to get her to see outside of herself. You know,
Oh
like
boy.
the number of times where she has pulled some stunt or other, usually something small or minor, and you point it out to her and say, "Look, you've been doing this and it's really annoying." She'll get this puzzled look on her face and go, "I don't think I do that." And I'm like, "But you do." And
Yes, you do.
and she's like, "Well, I don't think I do that." And I'm just
I'm
like,
telling you,
"Yeah,
you
you
do
know."
that.
Well,
That sounds a lot
there
like
was
my mom.
once I was explaining to my mom, I was like, do you realize that when you're chewing, it sounds like someone walking through mud in boots?" And I'm like,
Oh.
you know, could you like chew a little bit more moderately? She's like, "I don't think I do that." So I snuck up behind her with a tape recorder
Oh
Oh God.
my.
and
Oh my.
recorded it and then played it back for her. And all she could do was laugh. Like it was clear I had embarrassed the hell out of her. It didn't change anything, but you know, when caught like that, she didn't know how to handle it.
Mm.
Yeah.
Well, at least
You
she
know,
recognized that she had been caught. That's something that
Well,
those two would not, especially her, would
Mhm.
not, even if
I
you
didn't have enough
should.
self-awareness.
right. Now see, I understand the opposite of the self-centered part where you're in self-denial, just complete denial that you would do something. Um when I was 18, I got into a huge fight with my mom, and she does not remember telling me, "Well, I don't care if you never come home again or not." And I
Mm.
left that night. And I took as much stuff as I could pack in my car and pack in my boyfriend's car, and I left. And I didn't speak to my mom until Tornado was 3. So I was almost 30 at that point. So I didn't talk to her for over 11 years. Didn't
Wow.
see her, didn't call her. I didn't even call her when Tornado was born
Okay.
or tell her I was pregnant. So um, it took a big life-changing incident for me to get talking to her again, and that was she suffered an encephalitis attack, and they thought she was going to die.
I'm going to be
So-
rude, everyone, because I'm
Mhm.
nodding off here.
Oh
Hey,
my.
we'll
Well, you.
I'm
uh,
falling
later.
asleep, so I'm sorry. I've had fun. It's been good to be on one of your
Well, thanks for
streams
coming
again,
on, hon.
Diana.
Seriously.
It has been a while.
Well, when you guys go back to having daylight savings again,
Mhm.
the time zones then work a bit better,
Yeah.
and I don't have something on, it'll be easy to
let me
from
look.
ring straight to you guys.
Yeah.
I cannot
I
remember
think we
when that starts.
swap over in.
Uh,
I think we swap over in March.
Yeah, sometime in
I'm
March.
looking for it
21st?
right now. Okay, daylight savings time 2020 in Pennsylvania will begin at 0200 hours 8 March. So
I was only
2
off by a
weeks.
few weeks.
2 weeks.
Yeah, 2 weeks.
I will catch you guys on Twitter and everything.
Yep.
Everyone
Have
go
fun.
and, if you can afford to, go and donate to Perps.
Yeah.
We gotta
I
get in
would.
there.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
I'm
Alright.
looking at stuff and we'll see what
And
we
if
can
you
do here.
can't donate, tweet it out. Let other people know. Try and get the message out
Mhm.
there. Because
We have been.
Yeah.
it's hard for everyone.
Yeah, it
We all
is.
know that.
Yeah.
If you can't tweet out and just keep the message going.
Yep.
All right.
Hi,
Have
Angie.
a great
How you
one.
doing?
Night, Auntie Jen.
Bye.
Have fun. Don't get caught.
Yeah.
I never am.
Yes. Yes.
Oh, and don't forget to go and watch my vagina video.
Oh, I'm still amused by movie night. Oh, she didn't tell you what she did at the opening of movie night. She brought out her favorite Blackie.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yes. Oh no,
Isn't it?
you're gonna. Yes, Blackie.
Egad.
Oh wow.
Tornado's reaction was hysterical because she bent it over like.
Oh, the look on Ring's face.
Oh,
Oh,
love
my
a
God.
Gulick.
It was hysterical, but Tornado was like, "Oh God, please, no!" It
He
gets
should
him
just
back
be-
for 2 weeks ago, Diana.
He
Okay,
should just
then.
be thankful that he should just be thankful that no one asked me to demonstrate that I don't have a gag reflex with it.
Oh God! Don't kill me.
Oh, jeez.
I did that on one of Meredith's streams, so it's
Oh God.
it's where that whole "please don't joke on the selfie stick" tagline came from.
Yeah. Oh my.
Yeah, I can see
Yeah.
how you'd choke on that one.
Yeah, I don't choke. I don't choke. That's the whole point.
Oh my.
I'm off to bed.
Oh.
Night,
All right.
everyone.
Good night.
Night.
Laters.
Oh,
my.
Bushy boy.
And
Yeah,
number 4.
it's always fun around here.
But no, movie night this week was hysterical. In
I
so
mean,
many
you know,
ways.
I had someone asking me if I was going to show. I was like, it's game night, so no, but
Yeah.
I'll see you next week. Maybe I'm regretting it now.
I'm touch
You
and
can
go
watch the
with,
video.
I'm touch and go with a movie night lately because I'll tell you what, suddenly it's to the point where I need sleep.
Mm.
And a year ago, I could have gone, 24 hours, no severe problems. Let's put it that way. I can't do that
Right.
shit anymore. I must be getting old or something.
Oh
Mm.
yeah. If
Kate will tell you that I'm old, okay?
if I don't get at least 7 hours of sleep, that's like almost a guaranteed seizure for me.
Oops.
I'm glad I don't have seizures.
Seizure, you say? I have some experience with those.
Yeah.
I don't. Thank God. Or whoever you think is the ultimate power. Or if you don't.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
so thank Lucas then.
Yeah.
Okay,
Exactly.
Angie, I don't offhand have a total. I can look, however. I don't have all of the figures. That's the problem. Okay, of the site that's called "Help Us Get to Our New Home." That's the PayPal pool. Of the
No, that's the GoFundMe.
Yes.
www.paypal.com/pools/c/ a whole bunch of gibberish. 645 out of 1,600.
And the
no, that's not
GoFundMe
everything.
has 500.
Okay, so that's it's 11 something, and then there's
Yeah.
what's the word I'm looking for? There's another.
There, and then there's just his regular PayPal, but we can't
Yeah.
actually track
Well,
that.
that's showing
Yeah.
0 here. Yeah. Okay.
Well, yeah, that's because it's his, personal PayPal.
It won't
Okay,
tell us
then.
unless we have the information to log in.
I mean, last
So-
I had heard from Purple was there was about 1,700 something out of a total of 2,500 raised. Now, Kate,
Right.
you had mentioned that you had made a donation. Do you remember offhand if that was before or since that 1,700 number?
That was after, because that was like a week ago. And if she just made it, then yeah. But I'm just guessing.
So it could be 17, could be 18, something like that.
Yeah.
The goal is 25.
Right. We won't know how much it is until he lets us know.
Yeah.
Now, don't anybody use this to shortchange anybody, but if I remember correctly, he may have built a little bit of slack into it, but not very much. Because there are always these things, you never know when something's going to come up, and you always need an
Yeah.
extra couple dollars anyway.
And I know when I moved for the week, for my U-Haul van was $1,200 for the 20-foot U-Haul I used.
Just out of curiosity, how many days did you have it?
5 is
Okay.
the amount you rent it for. You can rent it in for a certain amount of days. I packed it up on the 1st and had it turned back in by the 4th. So it took me 2 days of driving. I got down here to Florida early morning on the 3rd, and we unpacked it on the 4th and then turned it back in that night. So, and I still had a couple of days left. So it might have been 6 or 7 a week. I don't remember exactly.
Because the last 2 of my moves, I rented a 10-footer, and that was by the day. Now
Right.
They advertised $20 a day. Well, it turned out to be $50. Because,
God.
Well, number one, I don't own a motor vehicle, so I don't have auto insurance. I had to buy theirs. There goes the total money immediately, just through the roof.
Yeah.
I think I ended up spending something, oh, for Christ's sake, a couple hundred to rent the 10-footer.
Let me see.
That was always fun. The first time it was just me, the 10-footer, and what did it take? Did it take 4 days? That was a whole shitload of fun, especially moving the books.
Oh, books are always
see,
fun
that's
to
one of the
move.
reasons why I really like using a Kindle. I can bring all those books
Yeah.
along with me in a backpack.
Yeah, I mean, that is...
I moved to San Diego, 3 years ago, and I realized that I had a lot of wood pulp duplicates of what I have digitally, and so I figured, well, let's get rid of a bunch of these, and went to various used bookstores seeing who would take what. And by the time it was over and I'd been to every used bookstore I knew about, I still had maybe a quarter of a box of books left. And I told them after they were done telling me how much they would buy the ones they wanted, how much they would pay for those. I said, okay, well, you can just have the rest if you want them, because I can't take them with.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did have a little bit of help.
Yeah, $3 to a good home.
Yeah, okay.
I did have a little bit of help moving here. There was somebody who helped me one day, and that did help amazing. And I bought a hand truck. Because renting the hand truck and buying it worked out to the same price.
Okay. a 26-foot truck from U-Haul is $1,500.
Yeah.
So,
Okay.
and that's going to include the entire time, because they're counting mileage and the time that you're going to need the truck. Usually they'll include the insurance now with what year they include the insurance in the cost now. So, yeah. And I'm going based off of where I used to live to here. He's not moving that far. It's not going to be the 1,800 miles I moved. He's only moving
I
like
think he
300 or
said
400.
350, something like that. Yeah, it's
So it'll cost him a lot less.
basically the same distance as one side of Pennsylvania to the other.
Yeah. So it'll cost him a less than what I paid, because you got to keep in mind I moved 1,800 miles.
And driving that must have been a shitload of fun because you did it all at one shot, right?
Well, no, I drove from like 4:30 to 10 the first day because we started loading the truck at like 11 a.m. and didn't get through with that until about 4.
Yeah.
And I still left stuff I didn't want to take behind that wouldn't fit in the truck because I just couldn't shift enough stuff around. So
thank you, Orla. Thank you. Orla says 1862.30 9 hours ago on Purple's Twitter.
Oh, wonderful. So he's close, a lot closer. Yeah.
Yeah, okay, that works. Thank you, Orla.
And he does seem to have 2 completely different donation links up, at least 2. So there is math involved in figuring out the exact total.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. So what we know is 500 plus 645. That's 1145. That's what we know. So.
And then there's 7 coming out of the sky. Yeah. So that's.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, I drove like 6 hours the first day, and then I drove, oh God, almost 20 hours the second day.
Fun.
7 a.m.
Tell me you at least had a driver to switch off with.
No.
Oh.
No, she wasn't going to put Tornado behind the wheel.
No, I wasn't expecting Tornado.
No, it was just me and Tornado in the truck, plus the dog and 2 cats, and they can't drive very well.
Oh, so wait a minute. One of those cats was not Toonce's?
Oh no, they're both the same ones that I had when I moved down here.
Why do I know that name?
There was a Saturday night skit. Toonce's the driving cat, the cat who could drive a car.
Yeah, no, he wasn't Toonce's.
Okay.
But no, I drove from 7 a.m. till like 3 a.m. the second day. So yeah, 20 hours.
No,
but know, by the time 9 o'clock hit, I mean, I was exhausted, but I was just about in Florida at that point, and I'm like, I'm just going to keep going. We're like 3 hours from where we're going once I hit Florida. I didn't count on the fog that added about another 2 hours onto the driving because, oh my God, the fog in December here is just crazy at night. We're talking thick pea soup fog coming off the ocean.
Are we talking London here?
Oh yes, we could not see more than 3 feet in front of the truck.
Okay.
And you've got deer on the sides of the road.
Oh yeah.
Thankfully, thank God, the entire trip I did not hit a single animal.
So only married animals then.
No, I didn't hit any married animals either. But we must have seen 40 or 50 dead deer lying around on the sides of the road from other people hitting them.
Yeah.
Yeah. And we did not hit any animals. I'll rephrase it. Not even a rabbit ran under our truck. So
Oh my.
no, the only thing we had was bug splats. And we didn't see any accidents on our side of the road, thank God, considering the hills and mountains we were going down through Georgia,
Yeah.
that was in Alabama. Yeah.
I remember driving from that neighborhood up to Cleveland and white knuckling it all the way through the Blue Ridge Mountains. And it's like, oh God.
Well, I deliberately chose the route I took to avoid the Blue Ridge Mountains, the worst of it, because there's one mountain, Mount Eagle, I think it is, that has an extreme drop off and an extreme downgrade on the far side that I did not want to drive at night.
Yeah, and
I didn't want to drive it in the winter either way.
If I remember the neighborhood, that would have been without the benefit of guardrail, right?
Yes.
Uh-huh.
And that you're looking and you're driving and you look down as a passenger and you see just drop. You're that close to the side of the road.
You are affected for the rest of your life, and it's like.
I drove that with my mom in an SUV.
Oh shit!
And it was terrifying.
I was in.
I got to the point where we were like a third of the way down, and we pulled into a car park, and I told my mom, "I can't drive this anymore. You're going to have to drive. I can't do it."
Yeah, I was in a
so she drove the rest of the way.
I was in a station wagon, and that was still bad.
Yeah, so I did not want to do it in a 20-foot moving truck. So I added a couple 100 miles onto my trip by going down from Illinois down through Georgia and parts of Alabama, I think it was.
Did anyone tell you you have a purty mouth? You know, you're driving through that part of the country to figure someone out.
No, we didn't stop except to go potty and get food.
And
I
would imagine stopping to get to go potty in that area is where you'd hear it the most.
No, I think Shadow kept everybody away from us. Big German Shepherd Labrador mix. Yeah, they didn't want to get too close to us because anytime we stopped, we had to let the dog out.
Well, your icon is Shadow, right?
Who let the dog out?
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh gosh, no, there was enough of that was going around in my old neighborhood for some reason. The Browns picked up on this. Who let the dog out? Oh, I know why. They used to have something called a dog pound in one of the end zones. That's it.
Now, to give you an idea, Ring, of who Shadow is, he is my icon that you're seeing whenever I talk. That is Shadow.
So, very good pupper.
Yeah, what are we talking? What are we talking about? 80 pounds? Sweetheart. Talking about what, 80 pounds a dog?
Yeah, 85 pounds of black lab German Shepherd mix whose head comes up to my waist. You can't tell in that picture, but yeah, that was when that picture I took was on Tuck's place. He was only 2 years old at that point when I took that picture, because you can't see the gray on his muzzle now. But yeah, he was every time we stopped, he was out with us, and we had one person that looked like they were going to come near us, and Shadow started barking. And
took care of that.
No. Well, Shadow, you've heard him bark.
Yep.
When he growls when I'm playing with me, sounds like he's going to rip your fucking arm off.
Can we talk a little bit less about evil dogs, please?
Yes, I know. You're scared of dogs. I'm sorry. But yeah, so it was a long trip, but it was a safe trip, thankfully.
Yeah.
But yeah, they shouldn't have to pay the cost I paid because, like I said, they're only going like 300 or 400 miles. It's not a huge, but they're moving like 2 households, so they're going to have to get the big truck. Yeah, they're going to have to get the 26-foot truck from the sounds of it. Oh,
yeah.
Yes. All right, buddy.
Woof.
Go lay down. What are you doing up there, Smudge? You know you're not supposed to be on the top of my desk. Come here. Come on, kitty. Come here.
Oh, look, it's
Not the dog. Come here.
it's just about time to start coffee with Lavender. How do you like that?
Yay!
Yay! Stuff that this would be with the nowing. I thought I'd have time to like fix my hair so I could be on camera, but no. So I
Go
had to
fix
start
your
early.
hair.
I know.
We'll wait for you.
I'm still waking up, so
Yeah.
don't worry about it.
I was
just
perfect.
being a goof.
I was perfectly happy to keep going with my stream until about now, but someone was it Dick Dawkins was supposedly going to have a stream, so I signed off so that he could take over, but apparently he doesn't have a stream, so yeah.
Huh.
Yeah, he said, she said the whole bit. It's like, I thought
Yeah.
you did. No.
Go on, Shadow. Go lay down.
I like cheese.
Mmm.
Oh,
Cheese.
man.
Vomit. Cheese.
Sorry, that's just my go-to, and I don't have anything to say.
Cheese.
Cat.
Cheese is my Achilles heel.
Yeah, cheese is pretty good, but
Cheese.
cheddar
cheese,
is better.
wonderful cheese.
I thought it was glorious cheese.
Okay, glorious cheese. Hey! Yes? Are you going to nibble on my hand again?
I mean, granted, I haven't heard that commercial in I don't even know how long, but
Oh,
I could have
God, it's
glorious
been
cheese.
forever.
Or the power of cheese.
Yeah, behold the power of cheese.
Power of cheese.
That one I know for
Cheese.
certain I got right.
Glorious cheese.
I could eat an entire cheddar wheel, but
Oh, God. Cheddar and
Cheddar's
crackers.
okay. Give me a nice creamy Monterey Jack.
Cheese
But-
and crackers, it has to be cheddar.
my absolute
Oh,
favorite.
I do love Swiss. Emmentaler is the best cheese.
Or,
and you can fight me for that.
I have not
Or,
had that.
If we're
I've not had that.
talking having it on crackers, then I'd have to say a Kokona.
I don't know what
don't
Kokona
choose
is.
to eat my cheese on white people.
Oh no! See, we're
Oh,
putting
no.
it on the Ritz.
Yes. Buttery,
Yes, yes.
creamy Ritz crackers.
Yeah.
Not average plain salted saltines. No.
Yeah, especially if you top it with a slice of Theringer, aka summer sausage.
No. No. Salami. Salami. Bologna.
What? No prosciutto?
Sure.
I've never had prosciutto, so I don't know.
Oh, okay. Okay, that's in that family.
But
Yes,
Yeah.
I love salami, but salami does not love me.
yeah,
You know,
the
I'm not sure I've ever actually had salami, but there's too many meats that end in ami. Like I love pastrami, but I'm not sure I've had salami.
That's there are a couple of
Well-
salamis out there. There's the hard
okay.
salami.
Question:
Genoa
Question.
salami. Yeah.
Well,
did you also get the head of John the Baptist on a platter? Because that's how you know whether or not you've had salami.
No.
okay.
Oh.
Terrible Bible
Bad,
pun.
bad.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No. I don't think I want head cheese, thank you.
Ooh.
I'm sorry. I'm in one of those moods. Sorry.
If there's anything I dearly love, it's a salami and Swiss grilled on rye.
Oh,
White rye or black
that-
rye?
like
Well, most
I'm not
often,
a fan of.
most
Like,
often,
I'm not a fan. Oh, sorry.
most often I can get white rye. It's difficult for me to find the some of the other breads that. This is fucking Pittsburgh. I mean, all they know is In a Schwebel's an icy light, basically.
Well,
Now,
and that's
why-
the thing is like I find that most people like to put so much crap on their food that you can only taste like this cacophony of taste, like it's overwhelming. I like my food to have like one or two tastes to it so I can concentrate.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so if it's like, okay, I start with this really flavorful bread, and then I put this spiced meat on it, and then 8 different cheeses plus 4 different mustards and mayonnaise. I'm like, dude, how do you taste your food? White noise at that point.
Or
I mean, so my tastes do tend to run to a good like Wonder Bread sandwich that's fairly plain because I can fucking taste it.
or
But there's a place for Wonder Bread. Don't get me wrong.
or pepper jack and cheddar grilled on sourdough and dipped in chili.
Nah, you lost me at the pepper jack.
Yeah, I was gonna say. For
mean,
whatever reason, I'm not much for
Pepper jack's
the.
only if you want a bit of heat to it.
I mean, for whatever reason,
I'd prefer myself. I prefer just the cheddar and sourdough dipped in chili.
I mean, for whatever reason, I'm not much for the jack cheeses.
Really? I'm not sure you're allowed to know me anymore.
I like Colby Jack. That's not bad. I like Monterey.
Monterey
cheddar.
Jack is so damn good.
I mean, they
yeah.
are good. I just don't run out and get them for whatever.
Now,
well, I don't run out and get cheese that often because it's not cheap.
White rye, isn't that a little less strong than the dark ryes?
Yes.
Or is it stronger?
That's racist.
No,
I'm kidding. Come on.
Well,
You know I'm kidding.
Wouldn't you? I think the term you're looking for is racist.
Racist, yes.
Okay then. Oh man, something I
Anyway,
haven't had in ages is the bread. The bread that you bake in a coffee can. The really dark. If it's a pumpernickel or if it's something else, but it's almost black.
Actually, you know what I haven't
pumpernickel.
had in a very, very, very long time is brown bread. You know brown bread? Where you get it in a can and it's almost like pastry?
No.
Or
brown bread is so goddamn good. It's almost dessert.
I've never seen it. Never even heard
if we're
it.
talking dessert breads, have you ever had Amish friendship bread?
Yes.
No.
Mhm.
Oh, that's amazing.
Yeah, the breads that my babka would bake would be on the sweet side. They were halfway to a batter. You could almost knead them, but not quite. And then she would do them in a round, fluted pan, almost like what are the
Almost like a bump pan.
almost like that, but it didn't have the hole in the middle.
Right.
Yeah.
Like a pashka almost. The Easter breads.
Anyways, how Amish friendship bread is, it's kind of like a sweet sourdough.
B&M brown bread. That just looks
I know it looks
wrong.
bizarre. It tastes amazing. It's like halfway between bread and cake.
Now, is it cooked already?
Oh yeah, it's ready to
Okay.
get out of the can. It's rather moist, so don't be expecting like a loaf of bread. But
No, it looks
Yeah.
like cake.
It's
cake.
where would you say, more or less like the consistency of, say, a carrot cake or a zucchini bread or...
I would go towards brownie personally.
Okay. Yeah,
Okay.
fine.
Well, actually, no. Well, it depends on the brownie again, because some brownies are really squishy, and this isn't quite as squishy. It's I mean, yeah, I guess I don't really eat carrot cake, so I can't say. But
It looks like a brown carrot cake.
what the hell is that cat doing?
Meow.
Meow.
Oh.
Oh dear.
Oops.
That does not sound good. That's going to end up with a mad Kate from the sounds of it.
She was up on the kitchen counter licking at the microwave bacon tray.
Oh
Yeah.
my.
Yeah, that's not all right. I'm not even sure cats are allowed to have bacon.
Oh yeah.
I'm pretty
It
sure
won't
they
hurt
can.
them.
I
It's
know.
a
Yeah,
meat. It's
I'm fairly certain bacon is good for cats as it is for us. So
yeah.
Well, the thing is,
probably
the
not.
sheer number of times I've discovered, like, oh yeah, totally don't feed your cat this. They love it, but keep them away from it, kind of thing. Or I actually saw some, like, I found this out accidentally. Do not blow marijuana smoke into your cat's face or make them eat it because it's really bad for them.
Okay.
Oh man, when I was
Right.
in high school, the neighbor kid used to shotgun his cat.
What?
You know about shotgunning, right?
No.
Oh! This is where you concentrate the smoke, the marijuana smoke, and you blow it into someone's
Oh,
face while they're
God.
inhaling. And he would do this to his cat, and the cat would get so fucking high that it was amazing. Lived through it, definitely, but I'm trying to remember if the cat was pure.
Mentally damaged?
Well, his cat was deranged anyway. Siamese. Okay, so just take it from there.
Well,
Um,
yeah.
I think it was at least part Siamese. I'm thinking it was purely bred Siamese, but who knows?
Wow.
But
Siamese
yeah,
are vicious.
I mean they look
Oh.
pretty, but I would not have a Siamese
Okay.
because
Well,
they
you
can
know,
be mean.
Columbia has some Siamese in her. You can see it in her eyes because they're kind of crossed.
Mm.
But
Mhm.
yeah, she's a little bit Siamish, and
Yeah.
sometimes it shows.
Well, I read up because I was looking for what kind of cat I wanted to buy after my last cat died. He passed away from a kidney infection,
Ow!
unfortunately.
Ow!
Yeah.
I lost my Merlin. Well, no, it wasn't an infection. He had kidney failure, acute.
Well, that's what we can guess it was because we didn't even realize he was sick. It's just one day he
Yes.
was fine. The next day he stopped eating. Then 4 or 5 days later he was dead.
That's the way it went with Merlin. It didn't take 5
Right.
days, but that's pretty much yeah, I think it was maybe
Right.
3 days and Merlin was dead.
Right.
Well,
Um.
that's the thing about cats and the more and the lesser domesticated pets is they have very strong instincts to hide any sign of weakness. So
Right.
once
Well-
they start showing signs of being sick, it's almost too late.
Yeah. He curled up under Talon's bed and we found him. I was looking for him because I was worried about him, and I must have found him right after he passed because he was still soft and flexible.
Ooh.
But he
Oh
was-
my.
Going
Well, at
cold.
least it wasn't "What's that smell?" So
Well, Grissom was not a cat that hid. He was always right there. So when he disappeared for more than a couple hours, it was like, yeah.
Yeah.
So I was looking. Siamese cats bond to one person and one person only. Any other person that comes near them is liable to get attacked. I had my boyfriend Chris, after I divorced my husband, had a Siamese cat, and she would let you pet her when she wanted to be petted. But
Okay.
in the middle of petting her, she would turn around, sink her claws into you, and bite you.
that sounds remarkably like some of the stuff Columbia pulls. I mean,
Right. And
The
you'll
little
be
one-
petting her, and she likes it, and the next thing you know, she's chomped on your hand. Not
Yep.
badly, usually kind of gently, but she hasn't learned not to do it yet.
Yeah,
And I don't think she ever will.
No.
The little one
Princess
will
was
do
wanting
that.
to draw blood. No, Princess was wanting to draw blood. she would bite until her fangs sank in. And I kept telling my boyfriend, she is not playing with you when she's doing that. She is telling you she doesn't like you. And he didn't believe me. And one day he was snuggling with her and she was starting to sink her claws in, and he wasn't listening, and he got his face too near and she bit him right across the nose.
Ooh.
And his reaction was to grab her and fling her into a wall.
Oh, yay.
And
I can understand like being startled and scared and going, "Oh shit, get this fur-coated razor blade away from me!" But still,
right. Well, I don't know what happened to Princess, but when he moved down with me for a few months, she wasn't with him. Because I told him, she can't come. She can't. I can't do a cat that's going to attack me and my kid, plus everything else in the house.
Mm-hmm.
So he didn't have her when he moved down with me, and yeah, and he was gone 3 months later because I couldn't stand living with him. Well, having to tell him to turn around and face his computer, and TC, turn around and go to your room, and don't the two of you look at each other, don't talk to each other, don't interact with each other. It was like having 2 7-year-olds.
Oh, Lord.
I already had one kid, I didn't need another.
Yeah.
So I told him to go that night, and he was gone.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't need a troublesome boyfriend with an autistic child in my house.
Yeah.
That was a nightmare. Oh, God. And I haven't dated since.
I don't know. In some ways it's not a bad thing. In other ways it's less than ideal. I mean, okay, I've said this before. I don't mind being alone. I rather like it at times. But I hate...
Don't mind being single.
I hate
There's
being lonely.
Yes. There's a difference between being single and being alone. I mean,
well, there's the thing.
I'm never alone. So I understand where you're coming from, but I do get lonely. I mean, Talon's always here.
Well, in other words,
but it's not the same.
Yeah, I can see how that works. I mean, no, in its own way, and sometimes it feels good to not be committed to someone.
Right.
In the sense that, I can do pretty much anything I want.
Right.
Within budgetary reason.
I think it definitely feels good to not be committed.
Yeah, all the drugs they pump you full of.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
And being stuck in a straitjacket and everything, that would be a problem.
Yeah, okay,
No,
granted, my last couple of relationships were really tumultuous. So maybe, but I'm never sure, am I not even looking for a relationship because of that shit? Or what? But the truth is that I've been alone for quite a while, and it's probably only partially by design. But still, yeah, it can get a bit lonely.
Yeah.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
And Tornado is 23 now, and I probably have not dated since he was 7 or 8.
Wow.
So, yeah, it's been a long time.
Well, you said 23. He's almost ripe. You can eat him and then find someone.
No. He's 23. He's almost, oh God, he's going to be 24 in a few months. God.
He has a July birthday, does he not?
Huh? Yeah. July 9th.
Yeah, for whatever reason, I seem to attract the July people, because...
I'm not a July people.
Well, no, you're a March people, but...
yes, I'm a March people. My birthday's in, what is it, the 21st? 22nd? What is today? It's in 22nd.
The opposite of July people.
It's the 23rd. God, I lost the 22nd. My birthday's in 20 days.
I'm also a March person.
What?
Just
March
barely.
March what?
31st.
March 31st, yes.
Yeah, you're.
Mine's March 13th. So I'm a Friday the 13th birthday this year.
Yeah, I mean,
Whee!
Tornado's on the 9th.
Uh-huh.
Matt, the Godless Iowan, he was on the, let me think, the 2nd. Al is on the 1st. Snarky was on the 17th. Faye is somewhere in July, if I remember correctly, possibly the 31st. And then we had.
Wasn't Psy in July too?
No, he was May.
Oh, okay.
I have it. I had it written down somewhere and I lost it.
Well,
Yeah.
be that as it may.
God, I miss him.
Terrible pun, yes.
Mm.
Oh gosh,
It was-
my mom's birthday
Yes,
is.
Jeff was easily my bestest friend ever.
Yeah. Well, it's sad, but we'll all keep you company.
Yep.
We're here for you, Diana. You know that.
Well, I'm
Well-
over here for you. They're over there for you.
Oh shit! I really do wish that I could drag all of you out here and we have a backyard barbecue and pitch horseshoes and all that shit.
You know, it would be better down here.
Oh,
It's warmer.
well, I'm not saying about right now.
Yeah.
And I,
Well, actually, it would be better here because it's warm and not humid.
Yeah.
yeah, that's important. That's very
But you got
important.
earthquakes there.
No, look, I've been living here for like 3 years. I have yet to experience an earthquake.
I thought that about Missouri too. And then the New Madrid Fault had a squiggle.
Okay.
Yeah, you do get the
And-
occasional activity on that fault.
Oh yeah, well it startled everybody because we live in the center of the state and the New Madrid Fault passes under the boot heel. So it's like 400 or 500 miles away.
Okay.
And when it triggered, it was felt all the way through to Chicago.
Well,
Dang.
one thing they've mentioned, and I think this is awesome, is that here in San Diego, if the San Andreas Fault goes, we won't be affected.
No,
That's
you'll become beachfront property.
I mean, the way the fault line is laid out and the way the tectonic plates are and stuff, San Diego would not be affected by the San Andreas. We might feel a little something, but it won't be a complete and total disaster the way it would for, say, San Francisco.
Right. No, when the New Madrid Fault shook, we had pictures falling off the walls.
Well, my point being, though, is that it's not humid, it's nice and warm, and we won't be having the earthquakes. So, again, San Diego, ideal place for a meetup. Hint, hint, nudge, nudge.
Say no more. Say no more.
That would be nice, I'll tell you, because I have not been to the West Coast. The closest I've got to the West Coast has been Phoenix.
I've lived on both coasts. I've only very, very briefly visited the Midwest, and that only for atheist conventions.
Yeah.
I visited San Jose for a month.
Okay.
No,
Okay.
not my favorite place to be.
Further.
Because.
My ex-husband's parents are there, and I can't stand the fuckers.
So it's nothing to do with the place itself, then.
No. It was okay, but the month of visiting them before we left for Japan was a nightmare.
Okay.
Well, I'll tell you, as far as San Francisco goes, I wouldn't have it because of the price tag. I mean, I understand that there are six-figure incomes out there who are in poverty.
Well, it's just insanity. I mean, you'd think someone somewhere would go, we're overcharging and no one can buy.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
would think.
Or the other one
mean-
is, well, this is what gets me about places like San Francisco or New York, or it's so pricey, so high priced. I'm not going to go there. But people
Yeah.
still go there.
Well, that's like
Well, hold on, rewind a sec. When you say go there, do you mean for vacation or
No,
to live?
to live there.
Okay,
Yeah,
because
I'm sorry, I did-
definitely
Yeah,
go to the place.
I would visit. I have visited New York, for example, multiple times, and it's worth a visit. It really is. I never ever could I live there.
sketchy spot.
I mean, the price tag is one thing. It just feels crowded to me. Is another thing.
See, I kind of like that though. Well, maybe it's just because I was raised in Piddly Dink, Vermont, but I like civilization. Thank you very much indeed.
Well, so do
I mean,
I.
crowded or not, I mean, number one, it's a city, but number two, just being surrounded by all those people is really kind of cool. Like I was mentioning a bunch of months ago when I first started playing with Google Earth VR. And like I was just flying around Tokyo and Kyoto and all of those different places, Hokkaido, and looking at like just even the individuals that the Google Earth car had found walking around. And I'm going, man, there is so much to see in this huge city that is a tiny, tiny flea speck on the surface of the earth. All those people, all those stories, and I'll know none of them. And so being in a place like, say, New York City, LA, whatever, where it's super, super crowded, some part of me finds that really kind of satisfying in a way, just knowing how much there is going on around me. I like that a lot.
Well, I mean, don't get me wrong.
Anonymity.
The amazing thing, and it surprises me about myself, I don't like large cities, but I love Chicago. Go figure. I mean, if I could afford it, I would be living in Chicago right now.
Well, I've been to the Chicago airport, but I've never left it, so I don't know what Chicago is. Everything I know about what Chicago is like comes from watching the Blues Brothers.
Which one? O'Hare or Midway?
I don't know. Does it matter? I haven't been to the city is the point.
Okay. I mean, O'Hare is an old airport.
I don't think it counts as having been to a place if you haven't left the airport. I mean, because there are a lot of cities that I've quote unquote been to because I've been on the ground at the airport.
Yeah.
But I haven't really been to the city. So it doesn't matter if it was O'Hare or not. That doesn't mean that I haven't been to Chicago.
Yeah. Heck, if you count the airport, if you count airports, I've been to Amsterdam.
If you count airports, I was at Tokyo. But we actually had a 2-hour layover in Tokyo, and we did have to leave the building. So I guess technically, since we left the terminal at Tokyo to go to another terminal, but the way they have it set up, you actually have to pass over part of the city so you can watch it from the tram. I was in Tokyo. So
Okay.
Well, the airport here in San Diego, the approach for it is right over the city. And when I say right over the city, I mean you can practically feel the plane going by when it's overhead. That's how low they go.
Oh,
someone
man.
could stand on top of their home and wave a flag, and the top of it will be knocked off by the wheels. So I have to wonder, like, if there's ever a disaster during landing at this airport, it's going to kill a lot more than just the people on the plane. It's going to smash right into the city.
yeah.
Well, that's the way O'Hare is laid out. When I had the layover in Chicago, when I went to view the solar eclipse, that was in southern Illinois, but on the way out there, I stayed in Chicago for 3 days because I hadn't been there, Christ. Okay, the eclipse was 2017. I hadn't been there in 30 years. And, I just wanted to get back to Chicago and remember how much I missed it. The place I was staying was right under the approach path to O'Hare. I could read the freaking tail numbers of the aircraft as they were coming in. And that was so much fun. It really was. I mean, you could hear and feel, but I slept like a baby. I didn't worry about anything.
Well, no. I'm picturing that scene in Wayne's World when they're sitting on the hood of the car, and it's like, okay, look up, and they look up, and the plane flies directly overhead.
Pretty much that was pretty much what I was doing. Yeah, I mean, no more than 100 or so feet above you is where these aircraft are. You know, gear down the whole bit. They're coming in. They're committed.
But one of the things that amuses the hell out of me, because I saw a video of this, I don't think I was there, I think I just saw the video, was there's this road, I don't think it was a highway exactly, but it was near one, where these cars would have to stop at a stop sign, because in between them and the rest of the road was the runway.
Yeah, you were talking about that.
They'd have to stop driving so that a plane could land, and then they could start driving again because they had to go over the runway. You'd think someone somewhere would build like a tunnel under it or something.
Yeah.
There's something that's not quite there but close to it here in the Pittsburgh area, where the road runs right next to the runway of the county airport. And things can get a little interesting, especially when the air shows are held there, because when the older aircraft are flying in, I just get orgasmic on the road, because you'll be driving down Route 51, and overhead will fly an Avenger, and it's like, oh shit, man.
So are we talking Iron Man or Thor?
Oh, we're talking Grumman.
I thought we were talking about what's her face, Emma Peel, and that other guy. Those are the Avengers, right?
The real Avengers.
Oh, look who we have back.
I just came across the.
Hi, Miss Jen.
Hi, I just came across the video yesterday on YouTube that somebody pieced together about 4 minutes worth of Emma Peel from the old series, some in black and white, some in color. It was great to watch, and for the background music they played what was that, skirts and long jackets. It was just a real good compilation.
When you really think about it though, like spies or superheroes or whatever calling themselves the Avengers, I mean, you are basically saying, yes, we will go out and get revenge for you. Protect you? No, we're going to avenge you.
Yeah.
That's like, we're going to be late.
I mean, it sounds like a badass name, but if you really think about the implications, it's kind of weird.
Good thing it's all fantasy, hey?
Of course,
an Avenger is never late. Neither are they early.
Fantasy, there's no swords, no elves, no trolls, no dwarves, no dragons. That ain't fantasy.
What about Thor?
Well, I mean, oh man, what is that horrible poem? It was like the thunder god sat on his mighty steed or something, and it's like, I'm Thor, he cried. The horse replied, you forgot your saddle, filly. That was a poem, but yeah.
Jesus, Red, watch the upholstery. Anyway, that was some of the album art on what was it? Blue Riders of the Purple Sage. But,
so here's a weird question. I don't know why it just occurred to me, but if someone's wearing a sword at their hip, how do they sit on a couch?
That would present a bit of a problem.
I don't know exactly why that popped into my head, but it did.
Yeah.
Well, I know that you are prone to interesting things popping into your head, so it doesn't surprise me.
Yeah. Lasers.
Quarter-inch drill. Yeah. God, you were the lucky one. All you had was the drill bit going into your head.
Well, that's because I had my head meat surged now, in the modern age instead of the Stone Age back in the day. Because, they can just use a tiny, tiny ass laser to do it now. It still knocks me out that it apparently took 8 hours to do it, because from my perspective, it was off on, and that was it. You
Well,
know,
yeah.
like the very first thing I said when they were like transferring me from the gurney to the bed was that it?
Peggy Lee,
Like
right?
I was still out of it on whatever the hell cocktail they give you to knock you out. But the very first thing I said was that it?
Yeah, that's kind of how it was when I got my appendix out. Is like I like blinked and then I was in the recovery room.
I wish I
Yeah.
could say that about Tornado's birth. I had an emergency C-section. They didn't knock me out. They paralyzed me from the
Oh,
neck
what?
down.
Oh, did they do the whole ketamine thing and then a bunch of other shit?
They did a spinal tap.
Ooh, those are fun.
So they turned it up to 11.
Yeah,
Yeah.
pretty much.
Oh.
Hello, Cleveland!
The fun part was they had to have 3 orderlies hold me on my right side when they inserted the spinal needle. Because they hit my left leg 3 times, the nerve in my left leg 3 times.
Oh, great.
So, and they have to hold you still so you don't cause the needle to break.
Mm-hmm.
And they tapped my spinal fluid, and they're like, if you get a headache after this, you need to let us know. Okay.
I had my spinal tap, and they said, we want you to lay flat for the next 3 days. Failure to do so you may get a bad headache. Well, so I get home. I stayed at my mom and dad's house to recover, and there were some family traumas going on, and I had to physically intercede.
Oh God.
To keep people safe, and so I wasn't on my bed for 3 days, and I got a headache that lasted 21 days.
Yeah.
Nonstop. The worst imaginable migraine you could ever have. It was
Well,
just horrible.
Yes.
Before the head meat surgery, they wanted to do a whole bunch of tests just to make sure they knew exactly what they were doing. So I'm glad. But one of those tests was an EEG, where they stuck all the electrodes on my head. And then they said, okay, now you're going to be in the hospital for X number of days. And they didn't know exactly how many days. And you're going to consume all of your trigger foods. And I was like, yay, so that we can see you have a seizure and measure it. And there is video of me having a seizure with the electrodes on my head. So you can see that if you want to. It's on my channel. But they kept me in the hospital for at least 4 days. It might have been more. I don't remember exactly. And I wasn't really allowed to move very much. And after about the 3rd or 4th day, my ass started to hurt from being hit constantly. I mean, oh my fucking God, it hurt. Eventually I was like, look, we have 3 seizures already. I need to get out of this bed. You have enough data. I don't care what you say. I'm leaving because I cannot be in this bed 1 second longer. My ass hurts.
Yeah.
It's not funny, but it is at the same time.
Oh, yeah. Oh, well, I mean, I'm telling it so you can laugh at it. I mean, I think it's funny now. At the time, I was ready to punch people.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
You know, like, if 3 seizures aren't enough for you, fuck off.
Yeah. Well, when I had the C-section, they did not have any painkillers for me after the spinal tap wore off.
Yay!
So I'm laying there with my gut having been cut open with no painkillers. And they're like, just lay on your side so that we can get your blood pressure down. And I'm trying to explain to them, the reason I'm hurting and my blood pressure is high is because you won't let me lay on my back so the muscles aren't trying to pull and hold me sideways.
Yeah.
So they said my blood pressure was almost 200 over 130.
Oof.
Yeah.
That's pretty bad.
It was. And I told him, I said, you know what? Fuck it. I'm laying on my back.
Oh, hell.
Well, we'll come and check on you in 5 minutes. If your blood pressure's still high, you're going to have to roll back over onto your side. They came in 5 minutes later. It was 80 over, or 1 8, not uh, 120 over 80. It's like,
That's
what
pretty
happened?
normal.
I was like, yeah, I'm not hurting anymore because I'm not trying to hold myself with muscles that you cut.
Yeah, to this day, I still don't know how to interpret blood pressure results. Not a clue.
Yeah,
I've
same
been
here.
told many, 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 many times how to do it. I cannot seem to retain the information.
Yeah, 120 over 80 is normal.
Yep.
That is perfectly normal. That's like when I went to the doctor the first time after moving down here, it was 140 over 84, and they're like, your blood pressure's really high.
Yeah.
It's above normal. You're pre-hypertensive. We need to get your blood pressure down. So you're going to start taking this. And it's working. I'm back down to 118 over 78 now. Was the last check they did on the 28th of January.
That was one of my few complaints with Marty, was that he was always all over me for my blood pressure, and it's like, oh, come on, what's the worst that can happen is I blow up? Shit,
Well, you don't want an aneurysm popping in your brain.
Yeah.
Yeah, but what a way to go. I mean, that's what killed my sister. It was like that.
They don't always kill. Sometimes they just make you a veggie.
Yeah. Right now, my stepdad, or my mom's husband, is going through congestive heart failure. And the stent worked, but it's not working well enough, so they're hoping once they put in a new valve on either the 12th or the 26th of March that he will do better. So there's a lot of issues with your blood pressure that can affect multiple areas of your body.
Yeah.
Yep, that's what's killing me.
Yeah,
Is congestive heart failure.
The other one Marty would jump all over me for is cholesterol. And it's half a point. It's half a point high. And I was like, Marty, I was raised by Eastern Europeans. We don't have blood in our veins. We have cholesterol. Okay, get with the program here.
I was raised by hippies. It was a treat to be able to eat meat or sweets in any way. My parents loved their grains, loved their vegetables. I found it quite frustrating, but what you gonna do?
Yeah. Well, I was surprised with as much fried stuff that I eat, like fried potatoes and onions, and that's pretty much the only fried food I eat. And that's like once or twice a month. But I also eat a lot of baked stuff that has oil in it that I didn't have high cholesterol. She said my cholesterol levels are really good, especially for my age. But when I was younger, we had lots of fried foods all the time. So I don't know.
There are times I am tempted to have a dinner of fried cat. But, so far I've been able to hold off.
Much as I like eating pussy.
Yeah, there you go.
I don't know if anyone actually wants to see it or not. I found the footage of me having a seizure.
Well, I remember the one you had. Was that McRae's channel?
Well, yeah, but this is the one in the hospital where I've got the electrodes on my noggin.
Oh, that must have been a pretty good look right there.
Oh, it's crazy pants looking. I'm sitting here with my Chromebook in the hospital bed.
Oh my!
Yeah, and you can see I start to squint a little. My facial expression's going nuts. My arm is starting to swing.
Yeah.
And I always, the way I like to describe it is I look like I'm trying to conduct an orchestra with a mouthful of peanut butter. Because you can see me noises,
your mouth is moving.
Will not knock it off. and I'm at that point I would not be aware of anything.
Oh,
Yeah.
so you're not having grand mal then? That's bad enough, but
My mom
I
had
mean,
a
part of it is just that I had been regulating my diet for the most part, so I hadn't passed out in years at this point. But yeah, so that's what a seizure would have looked like.
what did they decide it was caused by?
There was a bleed in my brain at one point, and
Oh.
it created a cavernous malformation.
Okay.
oh my.
And whenever I would consume a vasoconstrictor, anything that had filled up that little reservoir would go shooting into my brain and overload it.
Hmm.
Now see, my mom had a grand mal seizure. Because she suffered an encephalitis attack, which of course is brain fever, I guess it is.
Yeah.
And she was in a coma for like 2 weeks. They didn't know if she was going to come out of it. And then one day, my brother came in dressed in his uniform with a doctor's lab coat on over it because the doctors wanted to see if she would recognize him when he was dressed like a doctor. And he had just flown in from Hawaii. He was still in the military at that point in time.
Yeah.
And he came in and he's like, "Do you know me?" She's like, "You look familiar." And she sat there and she looked at him for about 10 minutes and she's like, "Charles!"
So I don't know
Yeah.
about grand mal seizures, but I did once have a reasonably decent sized shopping plaza seizure.
Oh boy.
Okay,
Uh,
okay.
I'll
Now
just be
the female
Yeah.
the female slimy bastards would have grand mal seizures, and she was the stubborn one that would put the Dilantin away and say, "I don't need this," and then a little while later she's rolling around on the floor. Always a whole shitload of fun. But the
Yeah.
best part of all that would be, okay, she would do the whole rolling around the floor. She would end up in the hospital for most of a week, and it was, oh great, she's away.
Yeah.
Yeah. I
I
still remember, because when the seizures first started and they were triggered by caffeine, among other things, but by caffeine a lot, is that I was still consuming a fair amount of Mountain Dew before I had it diagnosed. So the sheer number of times I would just wake up like on the couch or on the floor with no idea what had happened, covered in sweat, was kind of scary, actually. But the funny part is that as much as I was worried, one might say trepidatious, my parents were so much more scared on my behalf. Because that was the thing. It's like there were a number of times where some weird event would happen that would make people really tense and all this stuff, but it was happening to me, and I was reacting far less than the people around me. I was like, yes, this is my problem, and I'm not freaking out, so why are you? Because right now, by freaking out and doing it in my presence,
You're
you're
making it worse.
worse for me.
Yeah.
I don't know. I almost envy you that in a way. I mean, they showed concern. Something I never knew.
But you have to remember, my mom is from a Jewish family. She loves her drama. Boy, does she ever.
Drama llama.
Like at this point, I've gotten, like, if there's any life event I need to tell my parents about, I preface it by, "Mom, do not turn this into drama." I'm no, seriously, I say it right to her face. I'm like, this is not as big a deal as you're going to try to turn it into. Please don't overreact. Like, I preface almost every news event with that if it's in any way negative.
Oh my.
I get myoclonic seizures.
Ooh.
Aquanic seizures.
Myoclonic.
Myoclonic.
Oh.
So you know how when you're like falling asleep and your body like kind of jerks and twitches?
Yeah.
Yeah, those are myoclonic jerks.
Okay, what like triggers them then?
Well, for me, like for me, it's if I'm off my meds or if I get if I don't get enough sleep or if I do basically anything that screws with my brain chemistry.
So when you start twitching like that when you're falling asleep, it's a seizure?
Yeah.
In a normal
Technically, yes.
yeah, technically yes, but for a normal person it's only a little bit as they're falling asleep. For me,
Uh-huh.
it could be any time of the day, and and it's a toss of the dice whether I get high or whether I get a headache.
But you are aware?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because I was like, I've had those the last couple of
Yeah.
last 6 months.
Yeah.
So I'm like,
yeah,
God, I hope I'm not starting seizures.
Yeah. The worst thing that happens to me perception wise is I get vertigo. I lose my sense of balance, but that's about it.
Okay.
Interesting.
That's not good.
And again, do they know what triggers you?
Well, yeah, it's I've got it under control with medication. So
Because I've had a couple of times where I'm sitting in my computer chair and all of a sudden I go lightheaded and I'm not doing anything. And it's
know
like
that
the room is tilting.
I know exactly that feeling.
Yeah.
And it lasts for like 5-10 minutes and you're sitting here going, oh, that can't be good.
Well, I've often found, at least for me, that just sort of shifting in my position, like moving around in the seat, a little recenters me pretty quickly.
Yeah, that sounds like it could very much easily be a circulation kind of thing.
Well, that's the
Like
thing. I don't have poor circulation. I've never had poor circulation. So.
Maybe you do.
Well, I said I haven't, and I just went to the doctor, and they saw no problems, and she did a full physical. So.
Yeah.
Have you ever tried to exercise your thighs and calf muscles when that happens to see if you can't force blood back up into?
And it didn't change anything.
Yeah.
But then again, when I was in my teens at one point, I passed out for no reason like 3 times in a row within 10 minutes. And they took me to the doctor and they checked me and they said there's nothing wrong with her. And my mom's like, well, then why did this happen? They're like, it could be any number of things, but we can't find anything wrong with her.
It's a brain tumor.
It's not a tumor.
It's not a tumor. Yeah.
One really weird thing that would come with my seizures, if I didn't have like a full seizure, if it was just an absence, well, number one, it would often trigger some weird memories. But number two, you hear like stories sometimes of people who are abducted, blindfolded, and taken to a completely unfamiliar place and told, okay, now find your way home. It would often feel like that, where I would have no idea where I am whatsoever. I could be walking around on the street and I have no idea where I am. And I've walked right past my home, not recognizing it. And it's really odd. It's a very strange sensation. And like ever since then, I've had these memories of places that may or may not exist. And I've been searching for them on Google Earth VR to see if I can find them. And I've only found one of them so far. And it's very frustrating. But when I have found it, like that one place, it felt like the way I describe it, you have that TV show about a detective or whatever who has that case that's gone unsolved for 30 years and they finally find that crucial bit of evidence. It feels a lot like that when you find one of those places.
I feel that way when I read a book that I've never read, but I've dreamed about it. And you got to keep in mind, the book wasn't printed and wasn't even in the works to be published when I dreamt it. So yeah, It's really weird. And people are like, well, you've probably just read a book that was similar to that. And I'm like, but I recognize this passage word for word for word of three different characters. That is not reading a book that is similar. That is actually having seen that passage and read it somehow.
That sounds
Yeah.
like a deja vu kind of
Well,
experience.
this is what
Yeah.
I'm
It is.
thinking, and
It is,
Yeah.
but it's not a book that this I dreamt about it 5 years before the book came out.
Memory is a really weird thing.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So
oh, thank you,
how do
Dave.
you quantify knowing what the passage is word for word when you from dreaming about it 5 years before the book came out?
Honestly, I if I were to make a guess, I'd say your brain probably edited the memory
Or
Don't
the
know.
author,
with the up to date information, essentially.
or
Because
the
every
author.
time you recall a memory, your brain changes it in some way.
Oh, right, right.
Yeah, that's just the way your brain works.
Or the author has been in control of your life and dreams for 5 years.
Yeah.
It's one of the two.
Okay, do not tell anyone my secrets.
I enjoy deja vu when you have it. You know, I understand where it comes from, and but it's still fun to experience. You know, just like, oh, wait a minute, I've been here before. No, you haven't. Your brain was here about a half a second before you were. So forget it.
Well, what's even better is deja vu all over again.
Uh-huh.
Well, I mean, there have been times I've had deja vu and then confirmed with someone later that, yeah, what I thought was happening, or what I thought, the place I thought I'd been or whatever, I had actually been there, but, you know, like as an infant or something.
Mm-hmm. That's always fun.
That I
I'm getting
have
a
some
strange
memories like that.
sensation of deja vu.
That I know the memories are pre 5 years old, but they're just little pieces and flashes.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm thinking of one group of those flash memories that had to do with Lake Michigan and some bluffs and um, a particular set of clothes I was wearing and stuff like that. And when I happened by that same location, I didn't know I was going there, but I ended up there. It all just poof came into this, instantly the whole memory came in and solidified, and all the interconnections of these flashes became real in my head. It was a very strange experience, and how the brain completes or seems to complete fragmented memory.
Yeah. I have a few of those of being in my granny's house when we were little.
I know I have flashes of memory being in a crib.
Yeah.
The bars
Same here.
and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Nothing connected, nothing fully developed, but just there's a flash in there, just a flash.
Yeah, I have one where I remember holding onto the bars of my crib. And my twin sisters behind me crying.
I don't remember a crib, but what I do remember, before my parents and I, we moved, after my parents adopted me, we moved twice. And that second move was to where my parents still live. But before we moved at all, my parents and I actually lived in a cabin. Like, seriously, literally a cabin out in the middle of the woods. I don't remember if we had electricity or not. But I have very distinct memories of lying on my stomach on the floor of the living room of that cabin and just sort of rocking up and down, back and forth on my stomach.
It's neat stuff.
They're weird things we remember from being littles.
But most of my memories were from the farmhouse we lived in before we moved to the suburbs.
When I was a kid, there was this property that I'd have to walk past every day to go to school, and it had this retaining wall, just concrete retaining wall, and we'd always jump up on the wall and walk and try and stay balanced and stuff like that. And when I finally went back to that neighborhood as an adult and found out that wall was only like 1.5 or 2 feet tall.
Yeah, but it seemed
felt
giant
it
when
was
you were
giant
growing.
and dangerous.
Yeah.
Or I remember like this stuffed killer whale toy that I used to have that like I specifically remember like thinking that it was shrinking like over the court as I was growing, and instead of me it was me growing, but I remember thinking that like it was shrinking.
Are you
Well,
sure? Are you sure the entire universe hasn't been shrinking around you over time?
No, I have a picture of Tornado with the first stuffed toy that he had. It's a stuffed giraffe with little rainbow bows going down its neck and 2 little horns at the top. And the toy was barely the size of my palm. But next to him, it was half the size of him the few days after he was born. He was only 4 pounds, 3 ounces when he was born.
Oh, my.
But he was 18 inches long. So he was not a big baby. I remember the picture of him because we had to have a passport 3 days after he was born. And I'm sitting there holding him upright in my lap with him standing with his feet on my legs, and he barely comes up under my boobs. So he was a little tiny thing. And now look at him, 5'11".
Yeah.
Actually, I'm still curious what it looked like.
Oh, okay. Next Sunday I'll use the tablet and I'll get him to come out and I'll let you guys see him.
Okay. I mean, I think I've seen you briefly
Yes.
once, but
Well, I'll use the tablet because it's daylight. It's
Just take a picture.
I mean, but what's funny to me is when I've only known someone online and only from their voice, and you get this mental image of what they must look like. And then you finally see them, and wow, I have been off so many times. Like the first time I saw Dark Matter 2525 on camera, that is not what I pictured.
I know the feeling.
The first time I saw Logic on camera, I was like, I never pictured this guy with a beard. So
wow, Logic has a beard. Wow.
I found myself wonder. Oh, have you seen Prophet of Zod? Dude is gigantic. Yeah. Seriously, like he towers.
I think
I never would have thought that. Like based on his voice and the image from his videos, I thought he was like short and stocky, kind of like Paulogia.
Yeah. Yeah, I've seen pictures of
Paulogia is wee, to say the least, but he's also rather solid. I would not ever call him fat, but he's definitely wide.
Hey,
see, his face and voice make me think he's 6 foot.
You have this very bright.
Yep, nothing I can do about it.
You can't. Okay. That's awful bright.
Yeah, Paul is what, about 5'6", something like
that.
Well, that's not really that short.
Well, okay,
that's a little better.
But I mean, compared to Prophet of Zod, who's got to be at least like 6'2", if not more. I mean, dude's gigantic. He's also a bit of a beanpole too. But I mean, point being that from his voice and the image on screen, because he's always in that winter coat, I totally expected something different than what I got when I met him in person.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm compared to Tornado, I'm short and stocky. I'm 5'3" and much more round and padded than him. He only weighs 135 pounds at 5'11".
Holy crap!
Yes, he is skinny, and it's not for lack of eating.
I presume that you put like wire mesh and stuff over the concrete, cracks in the concrete and stuff, so he doesn't fall in.
Yeah,
Yeah.
pretty much.
When you see him from the side, he looks like a zipper.
Yeah.
Not quite that. He's. I've got to get him to. He's got a doctor's appointment that I've got to set up for him because he's probably gained weight since we moved down here. But the last time he got weighed was like 2 months before we moved down here in 2017, and he was only 135 pounds at
Wow.
5'11". And I'm like, the doctor's like, does he eat? I'm like, oh God, the child eats me out of house and home.
See, you sound like you're describing me. Because when I was little, I would wolf it down like you wouldn't believe and wouldn't gain an ounce.
Yes.
I mean, that's not quite the case now.
Yeah.
But
See, I have
even so, I'm still pretty svelte.
I have small hands, and I can just about wrap my middle finger and thumb around his wrists.
Wow.
Okay,
with
then.
one hand, with just a hint of a space between the thumb and finger.
Mm.
Because he's that slim. But that runs in my family. My sister was thin like that. She was 5'6" and 135 pounds until she had kids. And she had her kids about 5 years after I had mine. So in her 30s, she was still that slim. And my mom only weighs 115 pounds.
Jesus Christ.
At 5'6". Yeah. So yeah.
Wow.
It runs in my family.
Well, I have no intention of ever having kids, but I'm told that it does a permanent number on your metabolism. That like there's no recovery from it.
It depends if you have the resources and the means to go to the gym and exercise after your child is born. You can reawaken your metabolism and get back to what you had before you had kids. But if you don't have that means, then yes, it does wreck your metabolism. That's like it changes your metabolism, such as before I had tornado, I had straight hair. I mean, just straight as a steak. And after I had him, I had my naturally curly hair.
What I wouldn't give to have straight hair. I want my hair to be the only straight thing about me.
Yeah,
I've had a Jew fro my entire life. I hate the hell out of it, and I always wanted straight hair. So that's why I take a flat iron to it now.
Yeah. I just wish my hair would either go into curls or be naturally wavy instead of frizz.
I know the horrors of frizz, believe me.
Tina, how often do you go to a salon?
I don't. I can't afford it.
I know, I can't either, but I went to a salon for the first time in 35 years.
Mm-hmm.
And they colored my hair, they cut my hair, they shampooed and conditioned.
Mm-hmm.
And a month after, my hair still has wave and curl to it. Mm-hmm. Instead of the frizz it had when I walked through the door.
Right. Well,
what they'd use on you makes such a freaking difference. You treat yourself once, at least.
I went to a salon not too long ago, and what they did to me didn't last past the first night in bed.
Oh my.
Yeah, my hair has a mind of its own. I have to wrestle it into submission to make it do what I want.
Well, in September, my mother cut my hair because I asked her to cut the split ends off my hair. It went from just past the crack of my ass up to my shoulders. So
yeah,
she just kept cutting and cutting and cutting, and I still have not recovered from that.
Well, my hair is so goddamn brittle that it won't like at a certain point it just starts breaking off. I have not been able to
Ooh.
get it too far below my shoulders. So even if, like, I'm willing to bet my hair would be pretty awesome if I could grow it down to my ass. Even if it was a bit frizzy, because I have some ways to deal with frizz now. But still, I cannot get it to grow like past a certain point. It just hits a barrier.
Well, there's my problem. I mean, the hair length you see here is the hair length I've had for, oh, God's at least 7 years.
I'm telling you, go to the salon. My hair.
No,
is
I will
overgrown
not.
a half an inch.
I will not
in
go
6
to a
weeks.
salon because I do not trust salons. Back in
Well, you can-
Get somebody
2009,
by referral, not just cold.
back in 2009, I went to one of the places to get a trim because okay, would you kindly do the split ends thing and everything else, and the hair was a little bit longer than it is now when I walked in. When I walked out, it was up here, and I looked horrible, and it took years to grow that hair back out. And I said, never again, never, ever
You can-
am I
okay.
trusting
Sometimes
anyone
I think
with my hair and scissors, ever.
You know what you can
Sometimes
do?
I think it might be fun to do that full on like salon treatment with the cucumber slices and the green glop on your face.
Yeah.
What you can do, Diana, is you can just go in for a style and shampoo. They won't cut your hair. All they'll do is wash it, condition it, and then style it for you. And I'm talking like
Well,
big
I
secret
think
that I learned.
I don't know if I do
Diana?
not know if it would work or not this way, but I might consider doing that if someone came in with me and held a firearm to the person's head and said, "If you do anything to that hair, bye bye."
Diana, the secret I learned from Christy Santiago, who we all know and love,
Oh
and
yes,
she's
I
a
haven't
pro
seen
with
her in a
hair
long
and coloring,
time.
is the words you use are very important. And she said, go in and tell them you want a dusting and nothing else. And that means to them to take off the minimum from each individual hair, to not make any layering, to not make any changes, to just snip a little bit that's necessary for split ends. If you say a trim, to them that means cut as high as you need to make it all even, and to get rid of all the splits. And that's when people end up getting way too much hair taken off, because we're all damaged higher up than we think.
yeah.
Oh
That's
yeah,
why
damaged
I ended up-
all the way up. If
My
you know what
mom was like, because my hair, like I said, it was down past the curve of my butt when she cut it in September, but it was damaged. It was scraggly. It was thinning out at the bottom because there were so many broken hairs, and she just kept cutting and cutting and cutting and cutting until she got all of the split ends. She forgot that I just said get the worst of the split ends, which was really terrible. Oh,
Yeah, I
Jen
mean,
left.
with me,
Oh no.
oh no, I mean, with me, I need all the visual cues I can get, and one of the problems with that little episode in 2009, the hair length, as short as it was, did change the way I was perceived. I was misgendered quite a bit more at that point than I usually am, and
Right.
I can't have that. Sorry, no.
Yeah.
I mean, it's bad enough, where somebody's not looking at you and they hear me speak. Oh, hi, sir. Oops.
Oh,
And-
yeah.
I
Well,
don't
not
have
the
that
same
problem.
thing, but here's something that happened recently that I found mildly offensive is the wrong word, but I didn't care for it. I went
Annoying?
I went and got a new computer because I needed one, and blah 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 blah. And as I was leaving with the new computer, the guy said, "I hope you're happy with your computer, Mrs. Farr." And I'm like, "Mrs. How the fuck old do I look, bitch?"
Oh no.
You know, yeah.
Yeah. Well, I have never been called Mrs. unless I was actually married. So I get called ma'am more than I get called miss. I'm like,
Hmm.
oh no. No, no, no. Call me Ms. or Miss, not ma'am, please.
Oh,
Yeah.
I'll take the ma'am. Let me tell you.
Well, it when 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 you're in a restaurant and the kid's like, "Oh, well, thank you, ma'am." Okay, fine. He's got to be polite. It's okay. But
Yeah.
when you're dealing with someone like in a oh, what was I doing? Uh I was looking for something and the store clerk comes up to me. He's like, "Can I help you, ma'am?" It's like, no, miss,
See,
please.
I always like when I've been in the service industry, I've always just left off the sir and ma'am.
It's a good way to
Uh-huh.
do it.
Because
Yeah.
it's just so much easier. People don't get snarky about one or the other. I as a customer have never felt the need to be called ma'am, miss, whatever. You
Yeah.
know, just come up and say, "Can I help you?" I'm
Can I help
good.
you find something?
You know,
Is
I mean,
there something you're looking for?
if you're going to insist on one of those terms of address or whatever, remember, I prefer your Imperial Majesty.
Or how about why don't they just do the old Adam West Batman thing? You know, hello, citizen. May I help you? You know?
Hello, chum.
Well, okay, citizen is becoming a dirty word these days
Yeah.
because of all these sovereign citizens crap
Oh.
going on.
Sovereign.
We had some guy in
Oh,
Florida in Bradenton where he got pulled over by the police because he was speeding. And his comment was, "I'm not driving, I was traveling." But you were behind the wheel. But I wasn't driving, I was traveling, and you have no right to impede my travel because I'm a sovereign citizen, blah, 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 blah,
That
blah,
whole
blah, blah.
that whole
yeah,
Kent
Yeah.
that whole Kent Hovind
reminds
thing.
me.
I've never, but
Like-
this
Yeah.
is okay. This is the very exact first time I've heard this sovereign citizen thing. Can someone give me a little backstory?
Yeah, you as a person are a nation unto yourself, basically.
Okay, no, I understand that
Right.
part. I'm asking history here. Like when did this start being a thing that people were doing? Because I've missed it thus far.
I've been picking it up only
For
in
a
the
couple
last what?
years.
Yeah, I was going to say maybe 5 years or so.
Yeah.
And basically,
has
what they
anyone seen the video of Steven Anderson trying the sovereign citizen
no, I don't know even
stick,
know who that is.
stick,
No.
and then getting tased for it?
Yeah, see, that's the thing. The sovereign citizens believe that they do not, and this is just from what I've seen on the TV, do not
Yeah.
feel that the police have the right to stop them for anything. That they are able to not be affected by our laws because they are not a nation, citizen of the United States. They are a
Sure.
sovereign citizen. They are a nation unto themselves, and they don't have to obey our laws.
Well, here's the
Yeah, but
problem
you know
with
the
that.
thing is that when someone from another country shows up in this one, they're still bound by our laws.
Exactly
I mean,
where I
unless
was
you have some
headed.
sort of
Yeah.
official, unless you have some sort of official,
Well-
damn it, I had the term for it, diplomatic immunity.
Yes.
Right.
There,
Right.
Well, there's also the flavor of sovereign citizen that, like, the government constitutionally doesn't have the power that it's claiming.
Right, but that's the whole sovereign citizen thing. They
Yeah.
think that I am a nation unto myself. I'm not liable to obey your laws. You cannot stop me. I am just traveling through your country.
Or, well,
So,
there's
yeah.
I've seen like sovereign citizens trying to pull the you like I can drive without a driver's license because
Mhm.
It's unconstitutional to like license the right to use public roads.
Okay, even in Japan, I had to have a Japanese driver's
Yeah.
license.
Well, of course you did.
Yeah.
Even though I was not a citizen of Japan, I still had to
Yeah.
have a Japanese license. And it had my picture and all the writing in Japanese, and I'm like, okay, I can't read it. I'm glad you can.
Yeah, I'm not.
Because I was talking to some Japanese folks a while ago, and half of them can't read half of the kanji.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not.
Which is sad.
Well,
Yeah,
but it makes sense. They have how many thousands of characters, and they're in no way phonetic, and half of them can mean 2 or 3 different things.
Right.
Yeah.
It's based on situation.
So
So wait a minute. I was under the impression that it was kind of a one-to-one correspondence between kanji character and syllable. No.
No,
Well,
in
they
no
have
way,
kanji,
shape, or
they
form.
have
Hiragana and katakana. Yes.
Yes.
Kanji, no.
Okay.
Hiragana and katakana they're kanji, but kanji is also a separation in and of itself. And I don't understand it, but yeah.
Hiragana is completely phonetic. There's like one character that could be an N, could be an M. Sometimes it depends. Everything else is rigidly pronounced. And now katakana is basically the same thing, but it's usually used for foreign words.
Right.
For
words they don't have in Japanese.
Like an English word that did not have a Japanese equivalent, you'd do it with katakana.
Right.
Yeah.
The thing with kanji is you've got variations of kanji based on nation, based on region. I mean, you've got Filipino, you've got Taiwanese, you've got Japanese, you've got Chinese. They all use a form of kanji. And while some of the things are similar per universal, most of them are not. So you can't hand a Japanese person Vietnamese kanji and say, what does that say? And they'll go, I don't know. So yeah.
And I mean, like, I've found that the only way for me to tell the difference between Japanese and Chinese is looking for instances of hiragana sprinkled throughout it. That's the only way I can tell the difference.
Yeah, and some forms of kanji are thicker in writing than other kanji. The lines are wider. It's weird.
Yeah, but I mean, I remember asking a Japanese guy, like, because it was a Japanese class that I was taking, and he was there. I was like, what does this symbol mean? And he couldn't tell me. I mean, he knew, but it was one of those things where it's like, well, this represents a certain concept, and it's sort of this and sort of that. There's not an exact equivalent. It's almost like that definition of pornography. I can't define it, but I know it when I see it.
The whole Ed Meese thing.
It was very similar to that. His explanation of what that particular bit of kanji meant.
It's based on situation, as near as I can tell on some of it. Some of it is, it could mean this in one situation, it could mean that in another situation, but it means this when this happens, and it means when this and this happens, it means that. Kanji is very confusing.
Yeah.
They told us don't even bother learning it when we were in Okinawa. Just learn to say who, what, where, when, why, my name is, excuse me, I'm sorry, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good night.
Man, if you gave those to me one at a time, I could probably tell you the right thing to say.
Ohayo gozaimasu.
Good morning. Well, very, very well. I mean, yeah, good morning, but it's more enthusiastic than just Ohio.
Yeah. Ohayo gozaimasu. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Konnichiwa, which is good
Hello.
afternoon.
Well,
Well,
yeah,
but
hello.
yeah. Konbanwa.
Good evening.
What is the one for good night? Oh, Yasumi Nasai.
Right. My-
Sumimasen.
I'm sorry or excuse me.
Gomen Nasai.
That's a more formal I'm sorry.
Mm-hmm. Arigato. Domo arigato, which is thank you.
And more enthusiastic thank you.
Do itashimashite.
Oh, I should know that one.
You're welcome.
Yes, that's it.
You're welcome.
My favorite, though, I'm trying to remember exactly because there's itadakimasu is let's eat, but there's another one that basically translates to rub it up, thanks for the grub, and it might be
Goshima something or other.
Yeah, but there is one that's basically, saying thanks to the cook.
Yeah, itadakimasu is before you eat. The other one is after you eat.
Right, and for the life of me, I can't remember what it is.
Yeah, we had that discussion last week, I think it was.
Did we?
Okay.
Yes, we did. And then there's watashi wa. I can't remember what watashi wa.
Watashi wa is basically with regards to me. Like if I were to say watashi wa nihongo no gakusei desu kedo zenzen hanasemasen, that's as for me, I'm a student of Japanese, but I barely speak it at all.
Well, that's more than I speak anymore. But then again, I haven't been in Okinawa since 1999, so it's been 20 years. Yeah.
No, sorry.
Yeah. But I was there for 4 years and was able to get around with the basics. The big thing is I cannot remember how to ask directions.
Oh, I used to know that one, but now
exactly.
I'm spewing up Spanish.
Yeah, things that I used to know that I can't remember because I haven't used them in 20 years.
And that is the thing, is I really want to finally get fluent in Japanese, if for no other reason than to watch anime without the subtitles.
Yeah.
But the thing is, it seems to me that if I started doing that, it would be a lot easier to stay fluent. Even if I'm not actively interacting with other people who can speak Japanese, at least using it in some fashion would probably fit current in my head. It's kind of like for a couple of months after I started learning it, I started just sitting down and singing Yakko's World to remember it. And it's it solidified in my head because I used it so much. And it seems to me a foreign language has to be similar.
Right.
United States, Canada, Mexico, Panama,
Haiti, Jamaica, Peru,
Republic Dominican, Cuba, Caribbean, Greenland,
Puerto Rico, Colombia, Venezuela, Honduras, Guyana, and still Guatemala, Bolivia, then Argentina, and Ecuador, Chile, Brazil, Costa Rica, Belize, Nicaragua, Bermuda, Bahamas, Tobago, San Juan, Paraguay, Uruguay, Suriname, Mauritius, Barbados, and Guam, Norway, and Sweden, and Iceland, and Finland, and Germany, now one piece, Switzerland, Austria, Czechoslovakia, Italy, Turkey, and Greece, Poland, Romania, Scotland, Albania, Ireland, Russia, Oman, Bulgaria, Saudi Arabia, Hungary, Cyprus, Iraq, and Iran. There's Syria, Lebanon, Israel, Jordan, Kuwait, and Bahrain. The Netherlands, Luxembourg, Belgium, Portugal, France, Denmark, and Spain. India, Pakistan, Burma, Afghanistan, Thailand, Nepal, and Bhutan. Cambodia, Malaysia, and Bangladesh, Asia, and China, Korea, Japan, Mongolia, Laos, and Tibet, Indonesia, the Philippines, Islands, Taiwan, Sri Lanka, New Guinea, Sumatra, New Zealand, and Borneo, and Vietnam. Tunisia, Morocco, Uganda, Angola, Zimbabwe, Djibouti, Botswana, Mozambique, Zambia, Swaziland, Gambia, Guinea, Algeria, Ghana, Burundi, Lesotho, and Malawi, Togo. The Spanish Sahara is gone. Nigeria, Chad, and Liberia, Egypt, Benin, and Gabon, Tanzania, Somalia, Kenya, Mali, Sierra Leone, and Algeria, Dahomey, Namibia, Senegal, Libya, Cameroon, Congo, Zaire, Ethiopia, Guinea-Bissau, Madagascar, Guatemala, and Cayman, Hong Kong, Abu Dhabi, Qatar, Yugoslavia, Crete, Mauritania, then Transylvania, Monaco, Liechtenstein, Malta, and Palestine, Fiji, Sudan.
And I'm sorry about the copyright strike.
Yeah, well, point being that to memorize that, I just had to repeat it a lot. And it seems to me that, you repeat a foreign language enough in a way that means something, rather than just repeating the words would really help solidify it in one's head. I'm just saying.
Mm.
Yeah.
What is you doing, kitty? What the hell? Did you pull my... Did she pull the clock down? Yeah, she did. Damn it. Well, I needed to get coffee anyway, so let's go get some coffee and fix what the hell she did to my thing and over there. Yeah, well, she did all kinds of things to my thing, but that's another story.
I do not currently need coffee. The rock star I pounded is still in my system.
What are you doing up there?
Damn you, kitty.
Smudge, you're not supposed to be up there. That's Loki's perch.
You have your way of
Uh-huh.
making that known.
Come here. Yes, come on down. Come on. The only time you're not allowed over here is when there's food and I'm eating. Come on.
Yeah.
Come on. No, you don't like to jump down. There you go. Come here. Come on. Yes, you can perch there. Hello, baby. Hello, kitty.
I hope you're talking to a cat.
Yes.
Mhm.
That's my Smudge, my tuxedo cat.
Right. You know, I mean, okay, I know that black cats get adopted the least, and, you know, just stupid old superstition, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
But I've had black cats, and I think that the next time I have a cat, I will get one I haven't had. I have never had an orange kitty.
I've had an orange kitty. I've had a tiger-striped orange kitty. I've had a butterscotch and cream kitty.
Yes. Well, all of my pets have been fairly monochromatic, and I think it's time to shake them up.
Well, Grissom was an orange and butterscotch tabby stripe. Tiger stripe, not tabby striped. But he was a tiger striped cat. But as he aged, his orange faded to like a pale shade of caramel almost.
You mean caramel?
Yeah.
Okay.
Caramel, caramel, whatever you want to call it.
Oh, it's not Mel in a car, is it?
Yes, it is.
Well, I figure if I get this orange cat at some point, I'm going to make a very knowing and well-aware error in the name of sci-fi fandom. I will name this cat Neutron, because he's so positive.
Instead of Spot.
See, the thing is, it's a reference to, I want to say, not Forbidden Planet, This Island Earth, because they had a cat that was like the laboratory cat. It was a bright orange kitty. They said, "Oh, his name is Neutron because he's so positive." And I was like, that doesn't make any sense at all. But I was thinking I'd name a cat Neutron. Would be a great name for a cat.
Yeah.
Right. Well, Smudge right now, he's laying on my shoulder on the left-hand side, and his tail is smacking me on my right cheek. So, because he's laying across the back of my computer chair. Yes.
Why do I keep mixing up This Island Earth and Forbidden Planet? For some reason, my brain insists that those are... I mean, maybe it's just because they're from similar eras of sci-fi, but my brain insists that This Island Earth is called Forbidden Planet. I don't know why.
Cat, I'm going to catch your tail under my chin and just hold it.
I actually haven't seen This Island Earth, but Forbidden Planet is actually one of my...
Donuts!
Not the Silent Earth. This Island Earth.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
Oh,
but
it sounded like you said The Silent Earth, which is probably a movie somewhere.
Yeah, I haven't seen This Island Earth, but I have seen Forbidden Planet. Is one of my favorite movies.
Well, they're next to nothing alike. They really are.
Yeah,
Diana.
In my brain, like inextricably linked for some reason.
The Silent Earth is an amazing film, definitely.
What are you eating, Diana?
Failed
Donuts.
failed Punchki.
Oh, they're donuts.
Something went wrong while I was trying to make Punchki. I was trying to film this.
Oh no, what happened?
For whatever reason, the little yeasty things refused to wake up and do their yeasty things.
Oh no. So in other words, the yeast didn't activate.
Yeah, and it was brand new yeast. I bought it only a few days before, and I ended up with basically bricks instead of in a punchki.
But
so
are they good tasting bricks?
they're okay. I wouldn't serve them to company.
Yeah, not light and fluffy like you wanted them.
Right.
Mm.
And there's
What you could try doing is refrying them and glaze them.
Well, what I'm going to do is maybe next month, maybe in April, I'll try it again. I mean, I won't necessarily be able to put it on the air because, I mean, this is for Trusty Czwartek, basically, the Polish version of Mardi Gras. But do it again, see if I can get it right, something like that. And
could it be? Where did you let them try and rise?
in the kitchen. Shove them on the.
Okay. Something somebody taught me when you're trying to get something to rise, and you've got it covered, and you're setting it on a warm surface. Take like a tea towel, pop it in the microwave for about a minute and 30 seconds, and then wrap it around the bottom of the bowl.
Okay.
And that will help add to the heat, and it will help them rise a little better.
I'll have to see if I can remember that one.
Interesting.
I do it with my pizza dough.
But I make. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense because chemical reactions happen better at warmer temperatures.
Right, and it could be that the yeast didn't activate because the house was a little too cool.
Maybe. I mean, the thermometer said.
Too cool because I'm in it.
The thermometer said 70 degrees in here, but it's a cool 70 degrees.
Right. So maybe wrapping the bowl with a warm tea towel might work. Because my house has a draft in my kitchen. Because the kitchen window, I've got those windows where you turn a crank and they open out.
Oh, those.
The Jefferson windows, I believe they're called.
I guess I don't know what they are, but the one in the kitchen does not close all the way. On the bottom one.
So, what is your kitchen recruiting for?
Yeah, I was just about to go there.
Yeah, but it lets in not a lot of cold air because it's just a crack, but it's enough that it cools the kitchen off so that I have to be careful when I'm trying to make things rise.
Actually, you want to know something mildly amusing about that idea of being drafted and conscripted and all of that?
Yeah.
My favorite movie is Tron. And one of the things they keep calling the various programs is conscripts. Now, when Tron came out, it was 1982. I was like 6 years old for most of that year.
Yeah.
And I didn't know what being conscripted meant. But I did know what scripting was. And so I thought that he was describing the kind of programs they were as conscripts. And I was so confused for a very, very, very long time because I didn't know the concept of I knew what it meant to be drafted because my dad, being the hippie peacenik he is, would talk about the Vietnam War from time to time and talk about avoiding the draft as a conscientious objector and all of that. But I honestly did not know what a conscript was for years. I had no idea.
Wow.
Yeah, I can tell those didn't rise.
Yeah. They failed. They fell right on their faces.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's the first major failure I've had in a couple of years.
If like I said, probably just wasn't warm enough. Because that's why they tell you to add warm water so that the yeast will activate. Right. So if it didn't get warm enough, then the yeast didn't activate properly. Because those should be like twice the size they are.
Yes.
My brain just went to this whole like yeast powers activate, like it's a cartoon.
No,
Yeah.
it's not the Wonder Twins.
Still,
In
that's
the
where my
shape
brain
of
went.
The
And
part
lion.
The part I hate is the possibility of, during the winter or whatever, turning the internal temperature up to 85 when I want to bake something. Damn it.
Well, that's why I was saying the warm tea towel. That will help mitigate the need for turning up your heat.
Yeah.
Or heck, put it if you've got a I hate to say it, a heating pad. Put the bowl on the heating pad with a towel on top of the heating pad so that the heat from the heating pad rises up but doesn't get too hot. Like put it on low.
I haven't had a heating pad in years. Maybe I should buy one someday.
Well, it might help your neck.
Yeah, that's one of the things I was thinking.
Mm-hmm. Oh. Stretch. Oh, ow. Creaky crack pop.
Yeah, but I haven't tried to bake anything in a while, so this is just the first I'm finding out about the failure here. And,
Yeah.
I haven't actually used my oven since I moved in. I've used the burners, obviously, but not the oven. I don't know what will happen if I try to turn it on. It might turn into a big smoky mess. I don't know.
That reminds me, I need to go. I'll be right back. I'm going to turn on my self-cleaning feature on my oven because the last time I cooked something in it, it was kind of smelly.
I forget, you probably mentioned your range oven is gas, electric?
No, mine's electric.
No, Kate?
Oh.
Mine is gas, but again, I don't know if the oven is or not.
If your stove is gas,
Well, one.
It seems to have a heating coil, so I don't know.
how big is it? Is it a little one or big coil?
I have no standard
Okay.
against which to judge.
The way a gas oven works is they have a set of tubing that runs along the bottom of the oven, depending upon if it's in. See, I used to have a gas stove, but I also had not just an oven; I had a broiler section. So
Well, I guarantee you that there is that weird sort of tubing down at the bottom. Yes, that is there.
right.
But it also looks remarkably like the kind of thing you might have if it was electrically heated too.
Well, what you need to do is, if you haven't used it yet, is run your finger along it and see if you feel like fine holes. If you feel holes in it, then that means that it's gas. And what happens is the gas rises from those fumes, and when it ignites, the gas stove heats from the bottom up.
Sure, but I mean,
No, I don't know if
I've
everything.
done that, so I don't know exactly what my oven will do. I also don't know what it'll do after not having been turned on for several years.
If you haven't opened it, probably nothing, because nothing should have gotten in it.
Right.
It depends. Do you have a lot of dust collecting in it?
Well, I haven't really looked. I doubt it.
Then it should be fine.
I mean,
Now,
I don't really bake
if
much
you
anyway, but
hear
there have
this-
definitely been times when I've looked at recipes that have said, oh yeah, to make that thing, you need to bake it. And I'm like, well, so if you can't make it in a microwave or on a burner, I haven't been building it.
Yeah, one thing, I don't know if everything works this way, but my electric oven has what appears to be a large loop within the oven compartment at the bottom.
That's your
Um,
element.
and I was trying to say that if you've got something that looks like that, Kate, you're running electric. But as Tina said, it excuse me, if your range is electric, range is
Gas.
electric or gas, your oven is like almost
Probably
certainly
gas.
yes, yeah, because it's easier to do
Okay.
that.
I well, let's put it this way. I know that the burners are gas for sure.
Yeah.
I don't know what the oven is.
Okay, do they click when you turn them on?
Yes, the burners make a clicking sound when they turn on.
Okay, then you've got an electric igniter.
Right.
So it could be possible her oven is electric because there is an electric hookup. She's
Well-
got to plug it into the wall.
Well, the whole thing though is when you have an oven with an electric igniter, you plug that into 120 volts. When you
Yeah,
have an
well, she's-
electric oven with the electric heating element,
Yeah.
you're looking at 250 volts and usually about 40 amps. You've got it on a separate breaker.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, my oven doesn't make any sound. It wouldn't need an amplifier, but
Yeah.
Yeah. The yeah. So you're in a.
Yeah, because I don't
Do
know.
you
What,
have like a maintenance man, Kate?
No, because I live in a condo.
Right, but they generally tend to
Well,
have.
it's not that kind of place. Just trust me, we don't have that.
Okay.
If I want any kind of maintenance done on my place, I have to hire it myself.
Right. If you want to use your oven, I would call out somebody to look at it first and make sure you find out about the oven and
Right.
and whether it's
I mean,
gas. But if
it's one thing I could do. I'm pretty sure I know where to find like a serial number or a model number. I could just look it up on the interwebs.
Mhm.
that would be
Yeah.
the easiest. What kind of stove is it?
The sort where when you put stuff on it while it's hot, it tends to bubble.
Ha ha ha.
I don't
What?
know. I mean,
It doesn't
geez,
have a
you think I'm
maker.
sitting here with the details of my oven in my head? Don't be
Yeah,
silly.
Well, you never know. But I'm gonna go turn on my self clean. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Oh,
Yeah,
man.
I tried turning on my self cleaning once, but apparently I still needed a shower.
Oh, man.
Probably more so afterwards.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
What I thought was the cleaning fluid was definitely not.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah.
I have.
I actually didn't need that mental image and I gave it to myself, so it's that much worse.
I have yet to use the self-clean feature on my oven. I've lived here 2 years. I just do the cleaning myself, basically, because the self-clean is so power intensive.
I mean, isn't self cleaning basically just your oven going scorched earth?
Yes. Mhm. Basically burns everything, and then you wipe it off, and you're all there. So your electric usage for that day like triples. And I can't afford to run the air conditioning in here. How the hell am I going to do the oven self cleaning?
Yeah.
Yeah, because I worked it out. Tested it one day just to see what it would do to the electric bill. And then when Purple was here, when we went to Kentucky, he spent a couple of days here as well, and I had the air conditioning on for his benefit, and works out to about $5 a day for the air conditioning in here.
Wow.
which I simply don't have.
Yeah.
And this is, I mean, it's a 500 square foot apartment, and it's still $5 a day for the air conditioning. God damn.
You know, it's funny. We were talking before about guessing what people look like based on their voices. And Purple has said that once he moves, he's going to do an unmasking video where he won't be using his avatar anymore. And I am so curious whether what I'm picturing from his voice will match the reality. I already know one thing. He's a lot taller than I pictured.
Yeah. He's our height.
So, yeah. I don't know. It'll be interesting to see.
I'm thinking.
It's kind of like I'm very curious what Viced Rhino looks like.
Oh yeah. Same here. Unfortunately, I'm too broke to go to Faithless Forum.
I was hoping I could get there this year, but got hit with medical co-payments, and it just sort of ditched everything. And
yeah, I mean, theoretically I could, but it would be financially irresponsible of me.
And then I had to do some thinking, and thinking about, okay, were I able to afford it, would I want to go anyway? Because, okay, there is a little stuff going on, and I'm not sure I like those folks for it.
I'm not going, probably because of that same stuff. So.
Well, this is, I mean, don't think that, I'm going overboard simply because you said something about it, but when you described it, I'm thinking, God, do I really want to go there now? Because they...
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, this is the first I've heard about any drama.
Well,
I mean, aside from the McRae Kyle thing.
It's got nothing to do with that whatsoever. No,
Okay.
Actually, it has to do with me. Actually, basically, like I've been part of the YouTube atheist community for about 11, maybe going on 12 years now. I'd have to look. I accidentally deleted a bunch of my first videos, so I don't remember when the very first one was. But going by the one I still have, my earliest video was 2008. Right?
Oh wow.
Yeah. So
I was still in high school. Wow.
So here's the thing: is you'd think, after telling them, hey, I'd very much like to be on a panel at Faithless Forum.
Hi, Purple.
A convention that's supposed to be about atheist YouTubers getting together. And after being quite explicit about it, I am once again not on the guest list in any way, shape, or form. I'm starting to think that I'm not so much with the welcome. So I've decided to not go. In fact, I'm divorcing myself from the vast majority of the YouTube atheist community. From now on, my videos are mine and not part of anything in any way. Not that they were, but not even by implication. Convention that's supposed to be anything other than this is my shit and screw the rest of you. So, yeah. Now, granted, there are still some shining lights in this community, people I still consider worth knowing, but at the same time, I just and even then the other folks, they're decent people, but I've felt very invisible to the atheist community on YouTube. I've felt like I don't matter. When someone does a shout out of here's my favorite YouTube atheists, I'm almost always left off the list. I'm just like, I feel like I'm being shown the door, if only by implication. So I've decided to open it, walk through, and close it, and fuck this shit. But at the same time, I mean, I'm not like making videos about it. I'm not trying to raise a shitstorm about it. I've been mostly not bringing it up unless people mention Faithless Forum and ask me if I'm going. But I'm really unhappy about it, so I'm not going.
Yeah.
Oh, look, Slothgurl is here as well. Hi, Slothgurl. Hi, Purple. Yay! Yay.
Hello, guys.
And remember, if you can, please donate to Purple's fundraisers, because we're shilling Purple.
Peer pressure. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah, Purple, you
No,
want to
yeah,
check?
donate if you can. Definitely donate.
Purple, you want to check your DM in case you want to come on in here. Sloth Girl, I can throw you a link.
Well, I'm getting ready to head off. I have got to do some house cleaning, unfortunately, today, and might as well do it while my oven's cleaning itself. Feel industrious. It's warm enough I can open up the doors today, so I'm not freezing and I don't have the heat on.
Moo.
So,
I still has to do the cleaning up from the abortive attempt at a transgender chef episode, but I'll get that done.
Mine is more dark, fuzzy black hair laying everywhere from the 3 little black beasties. My 3 fur baby childs.
Moo.
Because it's going on spring and Shadow is shedding massively.
Lovely.
Yes. German Shepherd Black Lab coat, who is more German Shepherd than he is Black Lab because he hates water. And oh goodness. Clean your litter box.
Oh.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Yeah.
I saw that on a forum somewhere. I had to reply as I did. Because yes, the get a spoon reply was me.
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
Each of my notes are knowing.
So, yeah, no, I have black fur everywhere that needs to be swept up, and that's going to take, at least half an hour to go through the whole house, at least. Nah, don't want to.
Hello, Purple.
Purple,
Purple.
sweetie,
Hello.
hi. How is you is?
How's the fundraiser going?
Oh, wondering, yeah, sorry I was pretty out of it this morning, and then I wound up getting wrapped up in things. And
Yeah, it's all right. I only went for about an hour because I thought someone else was, coming up after me, and then they weren't. So
Yes, we started
Bad
earlier
Tempered
today.
Badger was also running this morning, so
yeah.
Oh, he were. Oh, I did not see that.
Yep.
yeah.
Yeah, he went before me, and then I did my 100 sub / shilling for perp stream, and then you took the torch.
Yeah. All right, well, I'm going to head out and go do my sweeping.
Sorry about that. I was causing an echo.
Well, have fun.
Oh, no worries.
Oh, take care, honey.
Yes.
Yeah.
Loads. I just love cleaning house. It's so much fun.
Isn't it, though?
Oh, yes.
Wait a minute. I think she might have been being sarcastic.
Oh, yes.
Maybe
Very
about that much, yeah.
sarcastic. Maybe just a little. Yes, all concrete floors everywhere, and only 2 rooms that have a floor rug laid down. So, yeah, I have to sweep 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 rooms plus the sun porch. So, yeah.
8 rooms. I could only
Fun.
dream about 8 rooms.
Well, it's 3 bedrooms, the bathroom, the kitchen, the dining room, the living room, and the sun porch.
I can't even imagine what I would do with that many rooms. I mean, even after allowing for kitchen, bathroom, bedroom, living room, I don't know what else I'd need that many rooms for. Maybe Columbia would have her own room, have a kiddie room or something.
Yeah, well, TC has his bedroom, and then he uses the spare room for Legos and stuff to so he can close the door if he's building something and keep the cats out from knocking it over.
And I really wish I could have, I do have the kitchen, and I do love the kitchen. Maybe a little bit larger, but the one I have now is so much nicer than the one I had in the other place. And of course, the can is, it's not a mouse hole, so it's doing pretty well. But as far as the rest of it, I could use a little extra space. I really could. I'd like a living room for entertaining. I mean, not that anyone would ever want to come here or anything like that,
Right.
but
Well, what
just
I
in case, maybe have a bedroom. That wouldn't be a bad
Mhm.
idea. I haven't had a bedroom in years. I would definitely need a library. I would definitely need a
Oh yeah.
studio.
Well,
Um,
eventually I would like to, because there's a dresser in the spare room that was there when I moved in here that I can't get help moving because it has to
Yeah.
be because of the narrowness of my hallway, we can't get it fully out into the hallway normally. We have to turn it on its end because the
Oh,
hallway is too narrow for us to make the turn with the dresser
oh, that's always fun.
oh,
because it's
one
one
of
of those
those. Yes. Okay, I got you
long
now.
chest of drawers versus tall.
Yep.
If it was tall and narrow, we could do it, but I've tried every way I can think of to get it and it won't go. So, and unfortunately, Tornado is not very good at helping move furniture. I
Yeah.
love my kid, but asking him to move something never works out well.
Well, there's the whole thing here. I mean, with what little I have, I bought a one of those particle board dressers from
Hmm.
that French boutique. You know the one,
Yeah.
and Target for those of you who don't know.
Yes.
Um, and then I have my sofa bed.
Hmm.
With those two, I can no longer move myself. So if ever
Yeah.
I have to move, now I have to hire somebody.
Yeah. Well,
Um,
this is a solid oak dresser that my mom left me when she moved out of the house. It matches an armoire that's in my bedroom.
yeah, and it
So I would
also
like to
weighs
eventually,
975 pounds.
yes, I would love to get that dresser into my bedroom so I actually have a place to put stuff that used to be on my old dresser that I left behind
Yeah.
because it was a 9 drawer dresser that was falling apart. Because I had had that dresser since I was 4 years old. So it was almost 45 years old, I guess it was, when I moved. Yeah, so it was falling apart. It was I had had 2 drawers just fall to pieces.
Now, okay,
So,
here's something that I haven't quite figured out, and I don't know if this is just me or if this is something that's
mhm,
really happening. Are drawers,
mhm,
like a chest of drawers or the drawers of
mhm.
a dresser, getting smaller as the years go by?
Yes.
Okay, like, I thought I
Mhm.
remembered deep drawer, like
Yeah.
8-inch deep, that sort of thing, or
Yeah,
more. And now I can barely get, um, I can barely get 2 sweatshirts folded
yeah.
in before it's overflowing, and it's like, what the
Yeah.
hell is this
Mhm.
shit?
Okay,
Yeah,
okay.
no.
You want what the hell is this shit with things getting smaller? Where the hell are jeans with pockets?
Oh god.
Oh, well, that too.
Yeah.
Tell me about that one. Yes.
Now they
That
have things like hip huggers and low waisted jeans, and you're like, the pocket's like 2 inches deep.
Well, I mean,
What the
Yeah.
it's
fuck?
gotten to the point now where it's like if I want to store a cell phone and or a wallet on me anywhere, my choices are either store them in a bra or wear boy jeans.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
So for and the weird thing is like women have been screaming for pockets for ages. And
Hmm.
you'd think some company somewhere would go, you know what? If we're the only ones making girl jeans with pockets, we will clean the fuck up. We will be
Yeah.
billionaires. You think someone somewhere, it's like what smoky dark back room have the clothing manufacturers been meeting in saying, okay, we have an embargo on female or women's jeans with pockets. None of us are allowed to make them. Anyone who tries will feel the brunt of our wrath for doing
I
it.
actually have 2 pairs of jeans with pockets on the bet. I have 2 pairs of jeans that have butt pockets,
Hmm.
for which I am entirely happy because I can stick my cell phone in one pocket And oh, what else did I know? The charger for my cell phone in the other back pocket.
Yeah,
And they have pretty designs on the pocket too, so I'm happy.
this is where I still wish that I could make my own clothing. You know, that I knew how.
Yeah.
I mean, back when I was trying to do the boy thing, the pockets that you would get on the slacks. Let's see if I remember this correctly. The way they were, the opening would go parallel to the leg seam or the leg or
The
whatever
seam.
it is,
Yeah.
and then they would have this thing about pulling open, and it looked horrible, that sort of thing. The very very few I could find with a pocket opening that was parallel to the belt, I dearly loved, but it was a matter of just trying to find that shit. And I wished I could make my own slacks with that parallel to the belt pocket opening in every one of them. And then now, I wish I could make my own slacks that had pockets at all. I mean, I can barely fit a 50-cent piece into one of my pockets, and it's like, oh.
Yeah.
Yep. All right, I gotta go. I'll talk to you all later. Have a nice day, you guys. Good luck with the fundraiser, Purple. I hope you get everything you need.
Yeah, we're getting there. We're still a little short of 2,000 here.
Yeah, that's what we heard earlier.
Was it, what, about about 18 total?
18.92 and 30 cents.
Well, that's not bad.
Oh, that's a little bit better
yeah.
than I remember. Okay, yeah, so it's could use another 600 or so. Come on, people, get to it. God damn, really.
I would if
Yeah,
I could.
we've already put down money on the truck. It would be good if we've got money to put gas in it.
What was your cutoff date on?
Well, Wednesday we'll be loading the truck. Thursday we'll be driving.
So,
Because I mean, I could try to annoy people on Tuesday and see if they can throw you some money.
Well, that would be appreciated. Yeah, we're still a little short. And the stuff that goes into the PayPal account, I can use the PayPal card and get it directly from there. So.
Yeah, and use that for gas. I did that driving up.
There's no delay on that.
Yeah, gas price. Just don't use it to pay for the truck. Trust me. Don't use your PayPal card to pay for the truck.
What happens?
Oh, did you have a problem with that?
Yes. What it is PayPal does not tell you with their prepaid cards. They charge you a deposit when you use the card to get the truck because it's considered a rental vehicle. They charged me an extra $150.
Right.
Okay. So you are better off going to an ATM and pulling out all the money you need for the truck from your PayPal card and giving them the cash. I was supposed to pick up my truck at 9 o'clock. I did not get the truck until 11, and the person who was running the U-Haul basically had to say, no, she paid for the truck. You need to give it. Basically, they double charged me because it didn't go through originally. And so they wanted to make me wait 15 days to get the extra charge reversed. So it took a whole lot of finagling to get it fixed. So do not use your PayPal prepaid card, whatever it is, to get the truck. Word of advice.
Okay, yeah, thanks for mentioning that. I certainly didn't see anything that
they don't tell you. They don't tell you that they charge the deposit. You have to look really closely to find it, but it's considered a rental vehicle, and they charge you a 25% fee, basically.
So, okay, this is not a security thing. It's something they are charging you and you never see again.
Right.
Supposedly they give it back to
you. Supposedly they give it back to you, but I never got it back. Not through them. The rental, the U-Haul people actually reversed the charge for me. they gave me the money back because they're like, you had so much shit happen with trying to rent the vehicle. We're just going to give this to you.
Yeah.
So, but it was something I didn't know about, and yeah, it was bad. I'll put it that way. So, just like I said, you're better off pulling the cash out at an ATM because they'll charge you, what is it, $4 or $5 to pull the money out versus 150 extra.
Yeah.
So, at least my experience means I can pass it on. It was a nightmare because I didn't know about this till the day I went and got the truck. And you know, it delayed our getting the truck loaded by 2 hours, which of course meant 2 hours that we couldn't load the truck, and 2 hours I didn't get to use the moving help that I hired, and yeah, so
And they're charging you by the hour, right?
yeah,
Yeah.
uh-huh. So yeah, just pull the money out and give them cash.
Yeah.
It will save you a lot of hassle and a little bit of extra money. Because when I was moving down there, I had about 2,000, I think it was. The moving truck cost me $1,200, so that left me just about $800 for gas. And
Yeah.
I filled up 3 times on an 1,800 mile move. So, and you won't have to pay that much because it's what, 400 miles maybe?
350. Yeah.
Okay, you should be able to make that on 1 tank of gas because they have a 40-gallon tank. And
Okay,
you can go
yeah,
on that 40-gallon tank, you can go 400 miles.
Well, I figured the truck's only going to get 8 to 10 miles to the gallon.
They get 10 miles to the gallon, fully loaded. Trust me, I had a 20-foot truck that was stuffed to the gills.
Yeah.
And
well, yeah.
we filled up. It cost me $400 for gas. And it was a 40-gallon tank. So, and the only reason it cost me $400 is because you have to fill the tank when you drop the truck off.
Yes,
Right.
otherwise
Or
they'll fill it and then charge you what they charge you.
No, are you using U-Haul?
Yeah.
Okay, the way it is, what U-Haul says is they mark the amount of gas on the tank in your paperwork. You have to put that much gas in when you drop the truck off, I believe. Check with the U-Haul people, find out if you have to fill the tank or if you just have to fill it to where it was when you picked it up.
Well, when I rented
But-
the truck, each time that I rented a truck from them, it was only to their mark.
Right, but I had a full tank of gas because I was traveling. They made sure I had a full tank of gas, so I had to fill up that last time.
Yeah, well, I think
And it was so technically I filled it 4 times, but it was like $100 to fill it up.
when
And
I
the gas prices were running just about what they're running now.
when I picked up the truck to do the moving both times, they gave me the truck with 7/8 of a tank in it. So
Right. But
Yeah.
when you're moving 1,800 miles, they fill the tank. So
Yeah, for a 40-gallon tank, it's definitely going to be a bit over 100 for each fill up.
But you should. It depends upon, like I said, where the truck is at when you pick it up. If they give you one with a full tank, it's gonna probably run you about 100, 150 at most. But you'll only have to fill it probably 1 time, and that's when you drop the truck off. And I made sure that whenever I was stopping to get gas, that I had a quarter of a tank in the tank, because I didn't want to push it and run out of gas driving it.
Yeah, well, same
Yeah.
here. I wouldn't want to push it down to the bottom.
Yeah. So I had more gas left in it than what I originally expected when we got here. The actual drive only took 3 tanks that I had to pay for, because, like I said, it already had a full tank.
Well, it's the
And-
same thing that, theoretically my car has the range to make it on 1 tank, but I've never wanted to push it.
Right.
Yeah.
So we always fill up on the way out of town and stop somewhere
Mhm.
halfway between.
Yeah. So you should only need about $200 for gas, give or take. I don't know what the gas prices are there for you.
Right now around 260, 270 a gallon.
Okay. Okay, so we'll run it high.
Of course, we
We'll
know
go
that doesn't tell me
275.
anything about what they might be on Wednesday.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, I'm gonna gauge high. At 275 a gallon, you're gonna spend $110 for gas for the U-Haul for 1 tank, plus whatever you spend for your car. Say your car's got a 10-gallon tank, that's going to be another $27. So $27.50. It's nice to know what it's going to run you. So it's going to cost you about, like I said, $150 for gas, give or take.
Yeah.
So that gives you an idea, a range. So I don't know what the truck is running you, but I'm figuring about $1,500 based on U-Haul's current prices.
Yeah.
So
Well,
if
and
you've
also there's a lot of variables in the gas mileage, particularly the road conditions, what weather's going to be like that day.
Yeah, exactly. But that'll give you a estimate of what you might be spending for gas. So if you put aside $200 for gas, $300, whatever, you should have more than enough. So right now
I was budgeting about 300.
Yeah, well, right now, based on your estimates of, I'm guessing here, based on looking up the truck costs, you have enough right now to make the trip.
Yeah.
But you always want that extra padding for the utilities and stuff.
There's going to be some costs for the utility hookups and that, so that's stuff we still need to cover.
Yeah. So.
Okay, and we just got another $150 donation.
Yay!
Right.
Thank you. Yay!
So that pushes us over the 2,000 mark.
Yay!
Right on, right?
Whoever donated that, you are a real
fabulous.
You is the fabulous persons, yes.
Yes. We don't know who sent it, but you are fabulous and wonderful. Thank you, people.
Okay. Thank you. Yep, we very much appreciate it. And don't forget to check out the gift catalog on my channel. That, everybody who's made a donation or run a stream, will be entitled to pick some kind of thank you gift there.
Oh, I didn't even know that when I donated.
Yeah, I unfortunately I don't have the ability to run a stream, and I can't afford to donate. But I've been on the streams.
Purple.
I don't think that counts, though.
I didn't know this about you. Slothgurl says you have dollies. I didn't know you played with dollies.
Well, they're action figures, but yeah.
Oh, okay.
No. Actually, I'm not shy about that. I mean, I played Barbies with my sisters when I was a kid. That's.
Alias, or is it Atlas? I can't read that.
Alias
fake name. Probably a 26-foot truck if he's going with the biggest truck they have.
Yeah. Although I just got a message on my phone, something about the truck that I'll have to contact them.
Oh.
Yeah, they're saying there may not be one that big available in this area, so we need to discuss options, and
Oh shit.
I don't like the sound of that.
Well, no, call them, I guess, on Monday. What they'll generally do is give you an alternate pickup point. I know this because when I first tried to get my truck, they didn't have one there. They're
Yeah.
the size I wanted. So I had to go to another point to pick it up.
Yeah, you have to remember where I live. The closest alternate pickup point is an additional 50 miles, which means an additional hour drive each way.
Right, yeah. Well, they may yeah. They may be able to have one brought in closer. I don't know.
Yeah.
Sometimes
I'll have to call them and find out what's going on with that, but
yeah.
Yeah, it could mean, losing a couple hours in the morning of time that we could be loading. Because I will have to have somebody drive me to wherever the pickup site is and then come back.
Yeah. I was lucky enough, it was only a 20-minute drive to go to the extra alternate pickup point.
Yeah.
But then again, that place no longer exists because last year a tornado tore through it and tore apart the U-Haul storage facility.
Oh,
where
fun.
I picked up my truck. They had lockers.
I assume you're not blaming this on your son.
Oh God, no, not my tornado. We'd already been out of the state for over a year at that point. But they had an F4 tornado go through downtown Jefferson City last year.
I wouldn't have thought that a fighter plane was big enough to cause a tornado.
Yes.
Yeah,
only when my tornado is flying it.
Especially a Vietnam era fighter,
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Oh God, I can smell my oven cleaning itself.
Load it with enough bombs.
Oh God, I hate the smell of a self-cleaning oven. It stinks.
Yeah, I know what you mean. That's one of the things that will set me off into a hacking coughing fit.
Glow in the dark pussy snorkel. Oh my God. Kate.
What?
Oh my God.
Yeah, click off the tab for a minute. Oh, there.
Oh my God.
Oh, wow.
Anyway.
Oh my word.
Well, I'm just good at holding my breath for a long time, so.
Oh my word. All right. I have got to go. I've got to do the sweeping. I don't want to, but I've got to. So I will see you all later. I'm collecting fur balls and corners from my dog. So,
woof.
Yes, woof.
Yep.
He is outside.
I'm finding an awful lot of stray cat hair while I'm packing, so.
Yeah. I remember that. Yeah. But I didn't even try to get my deposit back from the trailer, the mobile home management where I was living. I just said, you know what? You guys can keep my deposit and I will just leave you to clean it. Bye! Because they said, you probably won't get your $600 deposit back anyway. I'm like, okay, fine. I'm not cleaning it.
Fair enough.
Oh.
Yeah.
So, you know how, like, when someone loses a limb, like to war, or they've been in an accident or something, and like prosthetics these days are getting pretty good. I mean, like apparently you wire it up to someone's brain and they can actually like control basically cybernetic fingers and all of that. The thing is, though, that I mean, a lot of those are pretty expensive these days, but there's this one company now that is putting them out fairly cheap. In fact, it'll only cost you an arm and a leg.
So in other words, you have to get 4 of them.
Oh, come on. You know you love it.
Yeah.
Oh, scheiße,
my
scheiße, zu
word.
viel scheiße.
I'll be right back.
Is that a threat?
Oh, no, I think it's a promise.
There's barely a difference
Oh.
between the two, but you know.
Mm.
Yeah, Slothgirl was asking about who donated 30 cents. That was the result of somebody who kept repeatedly going in my PayPal and donating $6.66 over and over.
Oh my.
You know, I
So
think
they
I
did
know who
that
that
like
might have
5
been.
times, so that's how we got the 30 cents there.
One of my Patreon patrons was donating $6.66 all the time.
Uh-huh.
Yep. And Alias Fake Name lives in Minnesota and has volunteered to come and help us unload the truck.
Oh, that's wonderful.
Yay. 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 Yay.
So yeah, I'll have somebody to help on the other end, at least getting the mattresses and the large items out of the truck and into the apartments.
Oh, excuse me.
Da próżnie.
Good night.
Danke.
Godzilla.
Beetleman.
I don't know. When someone sneezes,
Maug.
you're supposed to like say something or whatever. I waver between Godzilla and stop that.
Well, yeah.
Everybody keeps calling my sneezes mouse sneezes because
you actually go achoo. Like most people when they sneeze, it sounds like they're blowing a raspberry, like that. But you actually chew on the end of it.
The one I want to.
Mine are more like a sonic boom.
The one I want.
You know, considering people's reactions to the spread of viruses and that. It seems to me when somebody sneezes, the appropriate response is, I forgive you.
There you go. Well, the one I want, and I haven't had this happen to me yet. Nobody has sneezed it in my vicinity. I would like to do the thing where they would sneeze and, okay, here's your soul back.
Gesundheit. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, your
May all the
soul
devils
escaping
fly
when
out
you
of your
sneeze.
nose.
I haven't actually heard that particular trope in ages.
Yeah.
Well,
I've actually ended up sneezing so hard that it made me throw up.
oh goodness.
I've never done that, but
Yeah.
I have sneezed so hard that whatever it was I was eating came out.
Yes.
But yeah, so what happened was I was kind of reclining in Kuwait while I was flying back to Afghanistan, and I sneezed, and I sneezed so hard that I pulled a muscle in my abs, and the pain from pulling that muscle, made me throw up.
Sounds painful.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember before I had my hernia surgery that, every time I sneezed, it felt like somebody had yanked an organ out.
Yeah, well, this is the thing I have to do when I feel a sneeze coming on. I have to reach down, hold my navel in so nothing comes spilling out. For Christ's sake. And then
No. What's always fun is after you have a C-section, you lose the ability to suck in your stomach part of the way. So all those muscles that help you control your bladder when you sneeze are affected. So that's always fun.
Yeah, definitely never having kids.
Well, I only had an emergency C-section because Tornado was going into fetal distress.
Yeah.
And they tried to induce me, and instead of it taking 8 hours, it took less than an hour to put me in full-blown labor. So my cervix was nowhere near ready for me to push the kid out.
Yeah. So my sisters already had the older of my two sisters has already had 2 kids.
Mm-hmm.
And I can't remember if it was just one of them or, just one of the pregnancies or both of them almost killed her.
Mm-hmm.
She's already pregnant with a third.
Why?
Well, there's nothing like taking the advice of your own damn body. God damn it.
Yeah.
Yeah, really.
Yeah. Yeah, she's super fundy evangelical.
Okay. Now here's
Yeah.
I'm a Christian, and I
Yeah.
never felt the need after finding out that Tornado was autistic with Asperger's syndrome to have a second kid.
Yeah. Or
I couldn't.
okay.
I couldn't
well,
do
here's the
Yeah.
whole thing is I know I'm going to sound horrible and people are going to be all over me and I don't give a shit. My thought on people like this, okay, it's like my first pregnancy almost killed me, so I'm getting pregnant again. Okay, maybe this one will kill you, please.
Hmm?
But okay, let me put it this way. The oldest of my nieces is about 4.
Mm-hmm.
Before she was 2, or about when she was 2, so before she could even really walk or function very, before she was potty trained at the very least.
Mm-hmm.
My sister had already taken her to the Ark Encounter.
I am going to keep my mouth shut because I will be very much not liked if I keep talking.
Yeah. I retaliated by giving her a Darwin plushie.
Yes. I'm a Christian and would never go to the Ark Encounter.
Yeah.
I'm most everybody here will say that I'm a very liberal Christian.
Yeah.
Yes, you are, and that's very good of you.
Well, I have my beliefs. You guys have your beliefs, and your beliefs and my beliefs don't match, but that's no reason for me to browbeat you and say your beliefs are wrong.
Yeah.
Actually, I have my lack of beliefs.
Yeah, that too. Yeah.
Okay, lack of beliefs. Sorry.
Well, the thing I wonder about though, okay,
you have your thoughts on it.
Yeah, let's say you've got a room full of Christians, and I have to wonder how each one of them calls him or herself a Christian, because when you come down to talking to them and what are your beliefs, and then what are no two have the same set of beliefs. Now, where I come from, which I understand is a garbage pit. I was born and raised in Cleveland. The thing is that you have to have things resembling each other at the very least in order to give them the same name. You don't have Shadow and Smudge and say, "Oh, these are my dogs."
No.
Yeah.
And this
Although
is
you
what
might say these are my quadrupeds. I mean, it depends on where you draw the lines of categorizing.
Yeah, and this is the thing. When I'm speaking of the Christians, no two Christians I have ever known have quite the same belief set. Even those with a template. Like, for example, your sister, Ring.
Yes.
The fundamentalist person has a template, but goes beyond that template to some extent. And how do they go about calling each other the same damn thing?
I mean, well, I mean, what I wonder is how many Christians are Christians because they call themselves Christians and for no other reason. It was like I was watching an interview not too long ago about like a Trump supporter, and they were going, "What do you like about Trump?" "Oh, well, I think he's a great guy, this, that, and the other thing. But what do you think about his policies?" I don't know. I just think he's awesome. And I wonder how many people are like, I'm just a Christian because everyone around me calls themselves Christians.
Yeah.
And so it's just something I want to join. And I like the the singing in church or whatever. And it's like, yeah, but what do you know about Christian doctrine? I just like being part of the church with my family. Like I wonder how
Yeah.
many Christians,
They're
self-described
Christians because
Christians
that's
know
what's
nothing
expected.
about it. They just like to call themselves that. It'd be like, if I started calling myself a Vermonter because I was raised there, but I didn't know anything about Vermont,
Right.
I,
Well,
With that whole thing, why not just join a hobby club?
right. Well, see, that's one of the main tenets about Christian. One of the main beliefs about being a Christian is love your neighbor. One of the golden rules, as we call it. And I don't see how you can truly call yourself a Christian if you hate everything.
Yeah, well, here's how you do it.
well, but you're supposed to hate sin, you see.
Yeah.
But here's
sin
how you do it. When
is
you
something
had that
entirely different than people.
that whole thing written
But
down,
people
about
sin.
love.
Does sin exist without people? Without people's behavior, without people being sinful, is there sin? Does that exist?
I don't know.
Well, the whole thing, when you're saying about love your neighbor, how can you do this when you don't, and when you hate people? Remember that when this shit was written down, it wasn't love your neighbor. It was love your fellow Jew. In other words,
Right.
the in group.
Love only.
You love the in group, and then those on the outside,
Right.
you can hate, you can do whatever you want to
Right.
them. That's how they'll do it.
And that is part of the problem with a lot of these religious rules, whether they're Christian or otherwise, is they were written so many yonks ago
that they no longer have any real parable to current times.
Right. I mean, it's like, you remember when people didn't know where the sun went at night?
Mhm.
That's
Right.
when religions were written.
Yeah.
See, the original interpretation of "thou shalt not kill" was originally "thou shalt not commit murder."
Yes, and I've heard David Wope speak about that more than once. Yeah.
Right. It wasn't you can't kill. It was you can't commit murder. You can't go out and look for somebody to kill just to kill them. If you're defending your home, your family, your crops, your food, your money, that's fine. Yeah.
Yeah.
There you go. Yes.
So.
I mean, it'd be a lot easier to take religion if it had been invented at a time when it could have been falsified.
Yeah.
Well,
and I take into account that, things aren't the way they were when the Bible was written, and also the Bible is interpreted by it's man's interpretation of what I believe is the Almighty is wanting from us, and man is flawed.
Yeah.
So anything they write is gonna have things that are not right in it.
Well, you'd think, though, that an all-powerful, all-loving God would have taken the time to clarify a few things. You'd think
that's why I
that
said
it'd
man's
be a lot. Right, but you'd think that a loving God would show up once in a while and point out where humankind had gotten it wrong. I mean, if we're all supposed to, if not actually obey or whatever, if we're given a guidelines of things to follow, and we start misinterpreting it, you'd think the person who wrote the rules would go, no, this is what I meant, not that.
Right.
But that doesn't exactly so much happen, and people have literally fought wars over which interpretation of that book should be followed. And it's like, what loving God would allow that in any way?
Well, you would presume to speak for God. You would presume to know the mind of God. Eat it, will you?
Yeah, I know, I get it.
And then,
but
then
we
you
also
have
to remember that this being supposedly gave us free will.
Ow, I'm sorry, I don't buy that for one
I know.
second. I mean, even
I
if,
know.
well, hold on, no. Let me say it. Even if we have free will, interfering with us is not taking it away. If free will is taken away, then that would mean that we are not in command of our own decisions. But
Right.
if someone has a gun and decides to shoot at me, and Superman jumps in front of the bullets to save me, that's not robbing me of free will in any way. So if
no.
God wanted to show up and say, oh, by the way, you misinterpreted that passage in the Bible right there, here, let me clarify, that's not taking away my free will at all.
Well, no, I understand that, Kate. I'm not arguing with you about that. I understand your thoughts. But according to the Bible, he has done that, and people aren't listening.
Well, has he done it in a kind of undeniable,
I have no clue.
Way? Because I hear a lot of people talking about, oh, God spoke to me, but no one mentions how to tell the difference between God speaking to me and me thinking my own thoughts.
So there's the question I've asked so many times, and only one person to whom I've posed this question has ever answered it honestly. And the question is what you've just said, Kate. How do you tell the difference? And this Christian finally said, well, this fundamentalist finally said, oh, gee, I don't know. But
I also said, you asked me that, and I said, I don't know.
Yeah.
So, assuming we have free will, and and granting the Adam and Eve story as historical, which it likely was, it very much probably wasn't.
Could not be.
I don't know if and there are even sects of Christianity that take that as allegory, but
they're not real Christians.
Yeah. Well, but the thing is, if we take the Adam and Eve story as how it should, how either as an allegory for the beginning of man, or as a literal history, whatever, it's not God that gave us free will. Technically, it was the serpent. Because how can you have free will without knowing the consequences of your choices?
Well, there
of course you
go.
can still have free will without knowing the consequences of your choices. If free will is possible, then you are. I mean, being uninformed has nothing whatsoever to do with free will. Nothing.
Yeah, but I mean,
Knowing
completely and absolutely innocent and naive. Remember.
But that doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Knowing the difference between good and evil, yes, it makes you make your own choices and think more wisely about your choices, but you still had choices to make before that.
Yeah, I mean, free will is about the ability to choose, just the ability, not whether your choices are good ones, not whether your choices are informed ones. It's only I deliberately chose one path or another. That's free will.
Right.
And then there's the interesting
according
thing,
to
too.
the Adam and Eve story, they made the choice to eat the apples before they even know what good and evil was.
Well, here's the interesting thing now. Okay, let's look at that story in Genesis, one of the creation stories. Yes, there are more than one. Did you notice that in those stories, the serpent is the only one who told the truth?
Yes.
The serpent is the only one who did not lie.
Yes.
I mean, even the Elohim lied. And this is the people that the fundamentalists worship and all this other horse shit. It's like, come on, give me a break here. And yes, there were more than one, okay?
Yeah,
Elohim
there's
is
multiple
plural.
Creations for...
Well, there were multiple gods in that story. I mean, Elohim is plural.
Yeah. So, all right, I got to get going. I keep saying I've got to go and I keep delaying. So I'm going to go this time. I will see you all later. Have a good day, guys. I hope you get more money, Purple. Just remember the advice about cash for the truck and not card. So
Purple may be on the phone right now. Okay, sweetie, you
But,
take
you
care.
know-
Okay.
Yeah.
For a good long time, I was never I was never certain what the name of God apparently was, because people would use God and Jehovah interchangeably. And then all of a sudden, when I start getting into the whole atheism scene, I start hearing Yahweh far more than Jehovah. And I was very confused. People would say, well, one is just a different language version of the other. But then other people would say, no, they're not related at all. And then other people would say, well, kind of yes, kind of. I couldn't keep it all straight. It's just so frustrating. And then, of course, me being the pedantic little fuck that I am, I was like, but if Zeus is a god and Odin's a god, then why is God, capital G, God? Is it just because you want your god to have a bigger dick than everyone else's god?
Yes, that's the way it works. Yeah.
It's actually more.
It just got to a point where I was like, what the hell is the name of your stupid deity?
Yeah. Well, see, that's because that's because of the prohibition against taking, the name of the Lord in vain, and
Well, that whole bit that
basically led to a superstition to where you couldn't say the name of their god, so they just called him God.
Well, even observant Jews will not do the thing with God. It's G-D that they will do.
Yeah,
and it's like, what?
That just makes me want to slap someone when they do that.
Yes.
It's like, and you know what I mean, what is the problem exactly? Is it like every time you say the word God, a notification from Twitter pops up on his consciousness or something? And so if you keep saying God this, God that, God, then you're like being an attention whore. I don't really understand like taking the name of the Lord in vain. I mean, I can see why they might be grouchy if you use it as a slur. But what exactly is taking it in vain? Where is the line on?
My understanding of that is, now I may be full of shit, and I usually am, but thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain, I believe has some roots in thou shalt not swear by thy God.
Yeah.
I thought you were supposed to.
You
know, like I swear on God's name that I'm telling the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, blah, 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 blah.
Well, that's now, yeah. And I'm wondering, though. Yeah, I'm wondering, or either that or it's not take an oath lightly, something like that. I swear by my God that I'll serve breakfast at 9 a.m. It's like, why do you even bother with that? But I don't know. Like I say, I could be full of shit here.
It is kind of fascinating how, the Abrahamic God had, a specific name, be it Yahweh or El, or actually likely what we know as the Abrahamic God is a combination of Yahweh
and El. It's a synthesis. My understanding is that El and Yahweh were different gods.
Yeah, but anyways, it's fascinating that they couldn't say those words because of third commandment, so they just called him God. But now people think that God is the name of God is a name instead of a title, and so now that superstition is starting to be applied to the word God.
Well, here's another interesting thing. This really reeks of something that's going on these days. Okay, if I am an observant Jew and I can't say the word God because I can't, I say the word God because I can't say El or whatever. Doesn't that sound a lot like the N-word? Whereas by not saying the name, you are saying it. It's understood that way. Just like not saying that two-syllable word that I'll get thrown off the air for. But instead saying N-word, I've just said that two-syllable word. Okay? I really have.
And that prohibition actually lets Christian and Muslim apologists pull that switcheroo by getting you towards, okay, I could allow for like some sort of deistic God, to, so now you believe in my God. Where they take that leap because in their mind, God is God's name, even though it's a title. It's not a name.
The other one I've heard, and I don't know about the veracity of this one, is that calling the God God, in other words, using the collective noun as the proper name, places that God above all other gods. This is the only God. This is a collective of one. That one.
Well, you won't have any other gods before that one.
That's another interesting little thing there. Doesn't that sort of sound like the issuer of that commandment knew that there were other gods already? And
I mean, like, I guess if they had rephrased it, you should not fall for the bullshit of other religions and only believe ours. Then I could have understood it. But the idea that their God is the only God that ever existed doesn't seem to quite be consistent with their scripture.
Right.
Oh, and of course, in a modern context where, the Abrahamic God is basically the only one the only culturally acknowledged God largely in the West. You get the sermons where, you can't focus too much on money or material things because you'll make them your God.
Oh, well, that was the one we got even in the Catholic grade school, when I had to suffer that indignity. So, you're God of money and whatever else is your God. And no. That's not what they were talking about at all, sister.
Yeah.
Come on.
Yeah.
When you knew that at 8 years old, oh well. I don't know.
Basically, you can't have any enjoyment in life unless you're dedicating it to, the invisible Sky Daddy.
Well, the way they went about things, you were even supposed to dedicate your physical pains to that God. It's like, okay, why? I don't know, but oh my, I really feel for you there. Be mindful. Yeah, it's going the Catholic route. I suppose that there are worse routes to go, but doing the whole Catholic thing was no fun. Definitely not.
Okay, I just took a look at the chat and Greg Hartwick said saying God is like saying Alexa. So, God, play Despacito.
Oh no. And was it you, Kate, that brought this up at one point? That I talk so glowingly of Bubka, yet Bubka was the driving force behind my getting put into the Catholic school anyway. I don't necessarily blame her for her dedication to her religion. When I look at her, she wasn't being fundamentalist about it. So I'll kind of give her a little bit of a pass, even though some of what she wanted and some of what she pushed for had unintended bad consequences.
Okay, I'm sorry. You mentioned me. I'm trying to figure out.
Yeah, I think we were talking about this at one point. I think, unless it was somebody else, where I was asked, well, you speak so glowingly of your babka, yet your babka is the one who pushed that you should be in the Catholic school and all that stuff. How can she have been so great?
Sort of thing I said.
Yeah, and just basically, I kind of overlooked some of it.
Well, I mean, I definitely know how it can be to compartmentalize. Here's something that's really, really awesome about fill in the blank, but then here's this one thing over here that I'll just ignore that because I still liking fill in the blank. Been there. It's like if you're, I don't know, you absolutely love an actor's acting, but then you find out what they do off screen. It's like, ugh.
Oh, jeez. Yeah, okay.
Or a
Like
politician
Nicholson.
whose policies you support like you wouldn't believe, except for that one thing where you're like, I don't know about that one.
Or like Heinlein.
Oh gosh, some of his books are so amazing. Yeah. Some of his books are a chore to read because they're so bad.
And Heinlein himself was a little problematic at times.
Yeah, that's what I'm like. I really like his pulp, his pulp stuff. He's brilliant at pulp.
Mm-hmm.
But there is a lot of problematic stuff there.
Well, I mean, I'm trying to remember. God, what's the one I'm thinking of? Time Enough for Love, I think it is. Was such a terrible book because the whole thing is just this long stream of consciousness dialogue between a couple of characters with tiny smidges of plot stuff in between. And I was like, I'm sure that whatever it is these people are discussing would be pretty interesting, but I wanted a story.
Or
there you go.
Or Door into Summer, which was, pretty interesting. Except to the point where he's like, he can, because of cryogenic shenanigans, he can screw his niece now because they're close enough in age.
Yeah, he does get a little bit to the weird kinky sex stuff. It's true.
Yeah, I've heard some stories. Well, a dear friend of mine knew him rather well from the whole pagan Wiccan thing that I guess he was into. He was into it mostly for the nudity, but that's beside the point.
Yeah, that's something I've noticed is that nudity features very prominently in his books.
Yeah.
Well, he's also a major force in kind of normalizing polyamory.
There is that too. And goodness knows, like, say, for example, Stranger in a Strange Land has polyamorous overtones to it. That's for darn sure.
Yeah.
And quite a lot of nudity.
And actual cannibalism.
Well, that too, yeah. I'm
wondering if
on this one or not. I believe that Stranger in a Strange Land was written as a response to Scientology.
I very much get that. I very much got that sense just from reading it.
My understanding,
the way I heard it was that there was like a bet between Heinlein and Hubbard. Like about whether one of them could start a religion or not.
Yeah, there was actually a third one involved in it.
Heinlein wrote basically Stranger in a Strange Land as a rebuttal, is the way I heard it.
Well, there was actually a third one involved. I want to say it was Clark, but I'm not sure. And yeah, it
would make
was a
sense
bet about who could start a religion and get the most followers.
Clark sounds like someone who could have been in on that. Could you imagine if
they were doing that when the internet was around?
Yeah. And among pagans, there are actively a lot of active sects of the Church of All Worlds.
Oh, wow. But
they're not as organized as Scientology as far as being a single group, but there are people who are following that.
Yeah, the religious organization in Stranger in a Strange Land, I forget what it's actually called, but that one, it very much reads as like almost a parody of Scientology.
Yeah, well, it was the Church of All Worlds was what he called it in the book.
I couldn't remember if that was the established one or if that one was the one that he started.
No, the one
that was the one that
Church of All Worlds. The one that was the parody of Scientology was called something else.
Yeah. what was
Yeah.
the dominant one at the time there? Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm trying to remember what it was called, but right now it's escaping me here. Oh, right, there was the Fosterites. That was it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
the
it.
Fosterite Church
Fosterites.
of the New Revelation is what it was. Yeah.
Yeah, the Fosterites very much read as a parody of Scientology.
Well, they had that fucked up thing where apparently people were scheduling their deaths as like, oh, we're gonna go to heaven on this particular day, and it's
they'd
like,
have a party for it.
yeah, some seriously twisted shit. But yeah,
Or
nothing, no book. Like I've always been an atheist, but no book solidified my atheism better than Stranger in a Strange Land.
Yeah. Though, if we're talking about metaphorical takedowns of Scientology, the book that I've read that does it, in my opinion, the best is John Scalzi's The Android's Dream. There's a very Scientology-esque church in there where, started by a sci-fi writer, and the whole point is trying to disprove that prophecy exists by making prophecies happen. It's very much like a satire of religion, and it's not exactly the main point of the book, but there is very much it is a substantial subplot.
Well, I've said the only difference between a fantasy and a prophecy is if somebody believes in it enough to make it happen.
Yeah.
Moo.
I'm starting to get hungry. I haven't had breakfast yet, and it's almost noon.
Oh my! You haven't had a bowl of Twinkies yet?
No, no, I haven't. In fact, all I've consumed so far today is that thing of Rockstar.
Yeah,
Oh,
I haven't eaten yet either. Of course, my family's doing the party for me this afternoon, so I also need to shower and such things.
Well, I mean, the caffeine as an appetite suppressant is a good thing, but after a while, I do start to get hungry, and I'm not sure what I want. I know I need to go to the store. I'm down to my last can of cat food, if nothing else. So I suppose I could pick up something.
Yeah, you don't want you and Columbia to be fighting over that.
There is that. After the last discussion we had about cooking a while ago, where I was asking how to properly marinate something, now I kind of want to marinate something, and so I might pick up some meat while I'm out there, and I don't know what to marinate it in, though.
Oh my! Can you throw something together really quickly based around soy sauce?
I mean, yeah, but I've found that when I cook with soy sauce, as anything other than a quick spritz of it right before I serve, it tends to burn in ways I don't like. It changes the taste somehow.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
let me think.
Not with the soy sauce.
Cooking wine?
I haven't quite had the same problems with teriyaki, though.
Yeah, a teriyaki marinade is brilliant.
Yeah. But anyway, so yeah, that's a thing I'm thinking about. But I really should get some food into the old system. I don't know how much longer you're going to be on. I know that usually if I'm not the only one to leave, you might be on still by the time I get back. I don't know.
Well, it depends. Okay, if you've got you taking off and you've got Purple possibly taking off, I don't know about you, Ring.
Yeah, I've got to eat and do dishes.
We just might end up disassembling this, and just breaking it down for the day. If nobody minds that. I mean, we've been on for let's see, almost 4 hours.
Yeah.
Yeah. And though, as much as I want to go to the store and buy ingredients, part of me wants to go get one of those Diablo burritos.
Okay. Oh, did I tell you? Yeah, I mean, when we were talking about burritos the last time around, I actually bought some. Bought a bag of 8, brought them home. I said, okay, I'll have 1 or 2 or something like that. Ended up eating half the bag. Thank you so very much for that.
I never twisted your arm to get my. I only let you know they exist.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know if on my budget they are justifiable, but they're not a bad little thing. They'll just, throw a couple into the microwave and go from there because they were a nice, quick meal. I mean, 4 of them were a quick meal,
Well, actually, I mean, thinking about it, I could put off the supermarket trip if we wanted to keep the stream going. If you don't mind me eating Eggos on the air.
Oh my! Well, I'm not gonna bitch as far as that goes. It depends, what everybody else is thinking and shit like that. And I mean, if we wanted to break it down and go from there, I wouldn't complain that much. If we wanted to keep going, I probably wouldn't complain that much either. I'm of that wishy-washy mind right now. I mean, I'm eventually gonna have to clean this place up because the work table still has flour all over it and everything else.
Yeah.
But what are you gonna do there? The little one hasn't wiped up all the flour with the fur, and she's just over there in the corner of the bed, happily asleep.
Yeah.
Sometimes I wish I were a kitty who had a decent human. Because I tell you, the kitties really get the good end of the deal if they have the decent human.
That's true. Although, I mean, gosh, some cats are just not compatible with anybody. Like, I mean, I know some people who've kept a cat around because they love their cat, but the cat is always hiding in places and only comes out to eat. And the cat might as well not be there if it weren't for the eating and the pooping.
Okay. Well, this one will come out and
some cats are just dicks.
Yeah. Well, this one will come out and seek attention. I'll be sitting here doing whatever I'm doing, and then there's this head under my hand. It's like, you are going to pet me, you stupid human, right?
Oh, Columbia's like that. If I hold a hand out like this, for any reason, she will put her head under it, and she'll be like, But I've also noticed if I make a fist and just put it somewhere, she will come up to it and nuzzle the hell out of a fist. I don't know what her deal is. I guess she just likes being petted, and why wouldn't she? Because, yay. But sometimes she's very insistent about it.
Yeah. Well, this one, when she comes and she does the head under the hand thing, if I stop petting for some reason, immediately with the paw, draw the hand back. It's like, you're taking your hand away. No, you're not taking that hand away. The hand is for petting the cat. Damn you.
I don't know. I usually have, if I try to take my hand away, she might swipe at it with her paw.
Okay, yeah.
And when I say paw, I mean claws out.
Yes.
Ooh.
Well, this one actually, curls the, call them fingers, if you will, around and, just grabs and you over here.
Well, I mean, they call them fingers, but I've never seen them fing.
Yeah, we're talking about you little shit. Oh, my word. I get the feeling that she kind of prefers it to the outdoor life. I mean, I'll have the door open, and she looks at the open door, and she looks at me. She looks at the open door, and she looks at me. Hey, human, the door is open. You might want to close it.
Yeah.
She's been out of the apartment once. In other words, I had the door open for whatever reason. She went out into the hall, looked up one end, down the other end, came back in, said, "I'm not doing that shit." Oh my. Use the good kitty.
See to me, letting cats wander around outdoors unsupervised is like the epitome of like irresponsible ownership. Or not the epitome, but it's pretty damn irresponsible.
Yeah, when I first came out here, my girlfriend had 2 indoor-outdoor cats, and one damn near died because of it. Got into something she really shouldn't have been in, and upset the tummy. She did the whole diarrhea thing, and then she got fly blown.
Yeah.
And a lot of reconstructive surgery there to fix that little problem. But
well,
yeah.
and of course that could very much be mostly me coming from an area where there are things that would just outright eat a cat. Your owls, your coyotes, your eagles.
Raccoons are not the cute little things people think they are.
Yeah, raccoons, bobcats, wolves,
when I
mountain
was
lions.
little, we had a cat that would eat anything, and I don't just mean like by that I don't mean that you could give her any food and she would eat it, because she turned her nose up at Spam. What I mean is that she could go out and kill anything.
Oh,
and
yeah.
bring like I mean, you know how cats are notorious, outside cats, for leaving you mice or birds or whatever. This cat managed to kill a full-sized rabbit and somehow sneak it into the house, up the stairs, and into my bed.
All right.
And that's the other half of why I feel like letting cats wander around outside is irresponsible, because of the environmental impact.
Well, Australia had their ecosystem pretty much ruined by feral cats.
Yeah. Like the only reason it wouldn't be as much of an issue like say in Europe is because that's already that's already well and fucked. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's why they came over here, because they screwed their own backyard up.
Yeah. Like the ecosystem in Europe has been having humans screw with it for millennia. Like actively screwing with it for millennia. So it's very well reached a point of equilibrium, shall we say.
So equilibrium that's online then.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, food now. So I will catch you with table choices later.
Well, thanks for coming by, Kate. Always love having you here. You know that. And
I do that, and you are lucky for the privilege of my presence.
am I not ever? Yeah, there you go.
All right, laters.
Take care, hon. Oh my, oh my, oh my. And yeah, okay, I guess this is Purple still here?
Yep, I'm here.
Oh, yay. Okay, so we got 3 of us then.
But yeah, for instance, at night, I would if I happened to have a small dog, I wouldn't take it out into the yard. I would keep it under supervision in a fenced yard, just because I know that there are big freaking owls around.
Yeah. Yeah, I had a group of raccoons team up on one of my last cats, and I was not able to find him in time.
Yeah.
I could hear the noise. I just couldn't locate him before it got quiet.
Yeah.
Yeah, not the fun stuff. Definitely not the fun stuff. I haven't noticed any raccoons around here since I moved in. Either there are none or they're hiding fairly well.
If you've got a trash can within 50 miles, you've got raccoons.
Now, deer, we definitely have deer. I can see them out back, especially at 3 in the morning.
People often don't see them, but raccoons are actually quite well adapted to city areas. It's just they only come out at night, so most people never see them.
Yeah.
Now, the place I lived before this one, there was the dumpster out back, and you'd see them climbing in and out and everything. It was right by a utility pole, so you'd see them climbing out of the dumpster and up the utility pole. An entire fucking family of them. But here I really haven't. The other thing we've got here is hawks.
Well, and if you've seen the dumpsters that have the plastic lids that they try to chain or lock, you will often see that they have holes gnawed through them. That's usually raccoons.
Okay, then.
So have you guys seen the video / GIF of the raccoon with the cotton candy?
No.
Yeah, so you know how raccoons like to wash their food, right?
Yeah.
Oh,
that one. I know about that with the sugar cube. Yeah, you give the raccoon a sugar cube, wash it, and there's nothing. And it's like, what the fuck?
There's a GIF of like of a raccoon that's got like this big wad of cotton candy, and it dips it in the water, and it's gone. And he's like, what?
Oh my word! Sorry about that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I should go and shower and such and become presentable because.
Were there any good things happening when you were talking to U-Haul, or was it all crap?
It's fairly crap, but not an unmanageable situation.
Okay.
Basically, there is not a truck the size we wanted available within 100 miles for the dates we need.
Damn it.
So we're going to get set with a truck one size smaller, but they're making some allowances that I can put some things in storage here. And basically, I'm still going to have family in this town. So the idea that I'll have to come back in a couple of months was probably going to happen anyway. So basically I'll, have a load that I'll have to put in storage and retrieve a couple of months from now.
Yeah.
Oh, moo.
But they're giving me some extra days on the truck and some extra mileage to allow for that and running it around and putting the load into storage before we go.
Okay,
that's
then
good.
I guess that's not as bad as it could be. Yeah.
Yeah. And my family is planning a reunion here this summer, which I know I'm expected to show up at. I was kind of trying to find a way out of it, but that's probably what's going to happen is that I'll have to be back up here for 4th of July to retrieve the stuff we have to leave behind.
Oh, moo. Okay. Yeah, I guess that's one good thing about the whole dead or disowned thing, or dead, disowned, or both, is that I don't have to worry about family reunions. It's those that are still alive aren't talking to me, so it's okay, great, no problem. You don't have to bother me for anything.
Yeah. I may have other possibilities of getting the stuff sooner, but it requires, asking favors of family, which always come with a lot of strings
Yep.
attached.
Yeah.
So asking one favor, I could be 3 years before they consider it's paid off.
Yeah, and at that rate, it's like, okay, I'm just better off, doing it myself or whatever it is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's annoying, but we're not going to lose any of our stuff.
Yay, that's a good thing. It's a very good thing.
Yep.
It is a very good thing. It is a very good thing to not lose stuff. And I don't know. Sinatra's rolling over in his grave.
Basically, and then it's a question of, picking a few dozen boxes that I expect I can do without for a few months.
Okay, so definitely not the food, and definitely not the cat toys. I don't know what else you have in there, but there's the other thing though. I don't know how much you ate your cupboards down or your pantry down. That's the other thing you're gonna when you get settled in, you're gonna have to do the whole grocery run thing.
Yeah, well, and we were thinning that out, and even, honestly, a lot of our neighbors, even people in this building, are barely making it by. So, yeah, as far as the canned goods and stuff, we were giving a lot of that away to neighbors who we know probably didn't have enough money for groceries this month.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, there's the damn thing is, well, this building, there's always somebody who definitely doesn't have enough by way of groceries to get through the month. And it's very, very sad when you look at the way these things work. I'm poor, but I am probably better off than everybody else in this fucking building. Really, I mean, my friend upstairs.
That's kind of how I am. That most of the people in here are completely disabled. They consider that I'm only 60% disabled. So just by that, I have a better chance of actually earning some extra money than most people who live here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the girl upstairs, for example, has no furniture. Well, she did buy a sofa bed. As a matter of fact, when I bought mine, she said, "Oh, that looked pretty nice. I think I want one of those." No way could she ever afford the damn thing, but she did spend the $500 for it because that's her only furniture. She sleeps in the damn thing. Yeah, she's always short on dinner and everything else. And, well, she has no job right now. She was working at a local Big Lots. Do you know about Big Lots?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
I know we had one, like, in the early 2000s, and it was out of business by 2010.
Yeah, so
there were a couple of them in New York when I was living there. I went to those fairly often.
So you know the store I'm talking about. Yeah. And part-time there, when it's, I think she got maybe $400 per month or something like that. One of her problems is she's rather impulsive, and on a little bit of a tiff with the manager, she up and quit. Now, no income at all, and it's like, oh, great. But she's fairly representative of the residents here, and I'm in pretty shitty financial position and everything else. And for the moment, I'm not that far down, so I'm happy about that.
Yeah. Well, like I say, as far as making it month to month, we can manage that okay. It was just the expenses of the move that we needed help with.
Yep.
And one of the things with getting to a mid-sized city is it greatly increases my potential earnings. My chances of getting the odd jobs of doing repairs around people's houses, of course, are much greater being in a city with more people, and particularly people who have income and could afford to pay for these services.
Yep.
Yeah, it's not a good thing when you don't have
Yeah.
much, so you're doing the odd jobs, but the only people around have less than you do. And I was like, okay.
Well, yeah,
Yeah.
and it's most of the stuff that I've been able to do here has been more working for barter, and it's just, yeah, that helps, and it helps with some things, but it's not cash that I can write a check on to, pay the utility bills.
Yeah. Yeah, your system is failing when people are just going back to operating on barter.
Yeah.
Actually, the last 6 vehicles I've gotten, I got all of them as barter.
Wow.
Okay.
It's the amazing thing, though. I mean, getting the vehicles by barter is one thing, but paying the insurance, it's usually not very easy to do that for barter.
Yeah. Yeah, and that is one thing I'm concerned about with the move. I'm sure that the insurance will probably, I'm guessing it's going to be roughly double what I'm paying here.
Uh-huh.
So, yeah, that's going to be a significant increase for the living expenses, is not for us, but to keep the car legal.
I guess most of the time, there are times I wish I'd had a motor vehicle, but most of the time, I'm rather happy I don't have one.
Yeah, well, for me, it's the trade-off there, too, of that if I don't have a motor vehicle, there is no way I can be making more money.
Yeah.
So it's just hoping that every month that will at least be enough to pay off the cost of having the vehicle and hopefully get a little bit ahead.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because there's the whole thing about, I mean, whatever's left over after the donations and everything else, taking care of that, coming back up to level from that is going to take a while, and it's going to be kind of not fun. And that as well as all the other stuff that's going on. I mean,
Yeah.
I'm still paying for my move, really, when it comes down to it. And I moved in here 2 years ago.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, I hadn't been watching the side chat, and I see that. Okay, just people flagging me. Yeah,
Yeah.
Amiga Nuts. Yeah, we're just over 2,000 now. $2,042.30.
It seems to me that's been mostly directly to your PayPal, because there hasn't been any difference in the pool or the GoFundMe.
A little bit in each of those, but yeah, I have, told people the PayPal is the preferred method, because that's as far as the way I can access the money most directly, and with the minimal amount of fees involved.
Yeah, makes
So
sense.
that's the way to get the most money directly into my pocket.
Yeah, what are they taking? I mean, when the transaction fee and then the percent, what does it come out to? About 6 or 7%?
Well, with PayPal, it's only 2.9% plus 30% plus 30 cents per transaction.
Oh, okay. So 30 cents on, let's say, a $50 transaction. That's pretty darn good, but I don't know what your average transaction is like. Okay.
Well, so that one, even on the smaller ones, even on, on like a $10 transaction, that means they're only taking out 60 cents.
Yeah.
And that's, most of it has been like, $10 and $20 transactions. So minimizing that fee on the small transactions makes a big difference.
Yeah, moo. Definite moo. Oh, boy, shamoy. So, yeah, you were saying, I guess, Purple, you've got to get the shower, and then
Yeah.
your ring, you've got to do the I guess you were after
dishes
some
and
dishes and food, and then I have a kitchen to clean up. This has been the longest my kitchen has gone without cleaning. I mean, after I got done last night, it was like I'm just too whacked out to do anything. So I'll just take
Yeah,
care of
and
it.
I don't know if I had a chance to tell you, Diana, but yeah, we got floor plans with measurements and some pictures of the units. And they're slightly larger, and the main difference is the kitchen's about twice the size. Yeah,
Hey.
we wind up having the galley kitchens, so at least it's got some cabinets and counters on both sides, which means that the cabinet and counter space is more than doubled what we have in our current kitchens, which
Nice.
makes them actually functional.
Oh, yeah, and that's something.
That there's a counter I can put the microwave on, and there's still going to be an empty counter where I can actually prepare food.
Yeah, I get the impression that a lot of these Section 8 units are laid out the way they are, especially kitchen wise, because they're already saying, okay, these people, these tenants, don't have any cooking equipment or anything. They either cannot afford it or they don't know how to use it. And, the only reason we're going to have anything in a kitchen is because we won't be allowed to rent it out if we don't have something in here. So, yeah, I mean,
Yeah, more or less.
and my friend upstairs, she has nothing. I think she
Well, and
has one.
Slothgurl really likes to cook, but the kitchen is such a pain. And literally, her kitchen is so small, she cannot stand at the sink without her butt hitting the refrigerator.
ooh,
Okay, then. Yeah, it sounds like the kitchen I had before this one. I was so happy with the kitchen here. Well, you've seen it, Purple, but it's about 7 by 7, with equipment on 2 walls. And
yeah, sounds like the kitchen at my wife's flat. Literally, the two of us can't be in the kitchen at the same time.
Yeah, well, you're saying 7 by 7. I think Slothgurl's kitchen is probably about 7 or 8 feet long, but
only 3 feet wide, right?
Well, the floor space between the cabinets and the wall is barely over 3 feet.
Mm-hmm.
So it's only got the cabinets along one wall, because if you put cabinets on the other wall, there wouldn't be any room to walk through there.
Yeah, that's what I had in the place prior to this one, and try to do anything in there, and you just couldn't move or anything like that. And as far as the counter space available, there was none. By the time you had a dish drainer and a microwave oven, we had no counter space at all.
That's the way mine is. I actually have to lay a board across the sink just to have a place to cut up vegetables.
Ooh.
Because, like you say, it's like I've got the microwave on one side of the sink, I've got the dish drainer on the other side, and the space then between the dish drainer and the stove is, like just big enough to put my tea kettle, and that's about it.
Okay, then.
Your economic system at work, everyone.
Yeah, it's really wonderful. I mean, here, my kitchen actually has a window. There's not much to look at, but there's a window there. It's great. I haven't had a kitchen window in, Christ, well over a decade. But what are you gonna do? It's the whole stuff. Yeah, like I said, I just wish I had a little something more to look at, but it's okay. I'm not complaining that much. Hello, little one. Good morning. Good morning. The kittiness is awake.
Yeah, well, and Sammy does like to get out, and where we are now, I know, we got people after us, because it's like every time the door opens, he runs down the hall, and he likes to go play in the hallway. And I know we're not going to be able to get away with that in the new building. So I've got to find things to make sure he has a way to get some exercise.
Wait, Colleen is jealous. You are jealous of what? Oh my, oh my, oh my. I tell you, it's amazing how much that little thing means. It is.
Yeah. Yeah, we don't have any windows in the kitchen. However, another nice feature the new one has that we don't currently have is they actually have exhaust fans over the stove.
Oh, yeah.
So you have an actual chance of being able to cook something in a frying pan without setting off the smoke detectors.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Well, I've managed to trick
because
the
I
smoke
mean,
detector.
it's not even a matter of scorching anything. It was just the steam vapor from boiling pasta would set off the smoke detectors.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I've set this off. The smoke detector is right around the corner from the range, and even with the exhaust fan above the range, it'll get there at times. And I mean, just as you say, steam or the oil smoke, because hey, no matter what you do, the oil is going to smoke to some extent when you are frying or whatever it is.
Basically, when Slothgurl's ready to cook much of anything, she has to call me over there to reach up and disable the smoke detector first.
Oh man, I wish I could get away with that. This is hardwired in here, and it's set up in such a way that if you interrupt the current, it'll go off.
Yeah, this building is so screwed up that my smoke detector is hardwired, but they ran it through the light switch in the bedroom.
Oh no.
So that if that switch is turned off, it deactivates the smoke alarm.
Oh, jeez.
So whoever did it did not understand basic household wiring.
Oh, lovely.
Oh man, so I guess that's good for you. Yeah, because here there are the two smoke detectors. There's one in what the landlord calls the bedroom. It's my library. And then the one in what the landlord calls the living room. Here, it's the studio. You've got to disable both simultaneously, and I mean simultaneously, if you're going to get away with it. If you disable only one, the other one will start going off, and then it's the whole thing there.
Okay, I've got to get going here and get myself cleaned up and presentable.
Okay, thanks for coming by, honey, and we can.
Well, thanks for plugging for me. I appreciate it.
Oh, it is much the pleasures and all that good stuff, and like I say, we'll do some stuff on Tuesday as well, and see if we can get some people to throw some dollars at you, and maybe
we'll chill out the links one final time here.
Yeah.
Is it good for you? Good for me?
Wow.
Oh my word.
Amiga Nut.
It is much the generousness of you, my dear sir.
Yeah.
Oh my, I didn't see you there, Tria. You were quiet.
No, I didn't notice Tria was here either.
But this is wonderful then. And as you say, hon, you're at 2,000 some odd, right?
Yeah, $2,042.30 here.
Okay, so we're getting there. Guys, when this is over, run over to the links and...
really, Amiga, yes, that's very generous of you. I'm sorry I hadn't had a chance to read that.
Yeah.
Oh my, oh my, oh my. I tell you, I got some really great people around. This community, if you want to call it that, is, some wonderful folks. This is, even when you've got the people who cause shit and whatever else, you've got the wonderful peoples.
Yep.
And I am thankful for all of them. I mean, I've been in their good graces as well. So, and I mean, it's not just dollars or anything. They're there to talk to, and
Yeah.
have the good times with it, etc., etc., etc. So, yeah.
Okay. Well, thank
Okay.
you, everybody. I appreciate everybody who's contributed
Yeah.
and everybody who's helped promote this.
Okay, and be good and have fun. And while everybody is closing up their browsers and everything else,
Okay.
I want to say that I want to thank those of you who are here. I want to thank those of you who are not here. I know it sounds hokey and everything else, but I'm doing this for you guys. I love every minute of this. You seem to like what I'm doing, and I like doing it for you. Really, I do. Absolutely. This kind of keeps me going in its own way, and
It has definitely kept me going while I've been living here the last couple of years. Because
okay.
these internet chats have been my only opportunity for any intelligent conversation.
Tell me about it. Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, here in this neighborhood, pretty much the same, and it really makes a difference. So, Purple, don't forget about us when you get into the big city and you have other people to talk to.
No, and yeah, I'm, with setting up the new place, I'm definitely, keeping an eye for how am I going to be able to set up a space that hopefully I can be actually running the camera live and, also being able to get out edited videos a little more often.
There you are. There you are. Oh, and I don't know if you were around when we were talking about such things. I may have found the reason for all that white noise going on, and it's very likely my microphone. So I'll do some fixing up on that maybe, and then we might not have as much of a problem.
Well, I'm still in the position of being stuck with my headset because, I do have a microphone with a stand. It's not a name brand one. It's a knockoff, but apparently there is a problem with the sound card in my computer.
Oh, lovely.
And any microphone that is not plugged in through a USB port, the signal is so weak that nobody can hear it.
Oops. Alrighty then. Well, we'll have to
I've
work
tried
on
using
that.
it for making edited videos, and I can see the signal strength when I'm trying to edit the sound, and it's like, if I crank it up high enough for anybody to hear it, then there's so much background noise that it's difficult to make out what I'm saying.
Okay, then. Well, when you're setting everything up, maybe we can work with that stuff and everything.
People had been telling me months ago to run a GoFundMe, for some computer equipment, and it's like, no, I figured that I could only do this once, so I had to save it for if I got the possibility of getting out of here.
Yeah, and there it is.
And of course, everyone who can, go ahead, drop by the fundraisers and make sure that Amiga doesn't have to be as generous as she's being right now.
Yeah.
There you are. Absolutely.
Yeah, we don't want it to be a big strain on any one person. So anybody, if you can spare an extra $5 or $10, it helps.
Yeah.
Alrighty then, and like I say, one more time I'll say it, I love doing this stuff, I love doing it for you, I'll keep coming as long as you keep wanting me, okay? And one final thing then is, thanks a lot, troops. See you on the other side.
Yeah.
Okay, catch y'all later.
Bye.